Welcome to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. I'm Tom Eston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos.
I am Alan Cecil. I'm a senior security consultant here at Bishop Fox. We have some amazing guests lined up for you today.
And we have our very first amazing guest. I would like to introduce the one and only Wendy Nather.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I thought you were going to say we have some amazing guests and then we have Wendy.
And then we have.
But you saved it, so thank you. Well done.
I did save it. But I wanted to start by talking about my first Wendy experience.
Can we say that on live?
I think we can. I think
Okay.
we can. But this goes back to 2009 at ShmooCon. I think it was my first or second ShmooCon, and I remember this. There was the lounge, and a lot of us were all hanging out. I think there was people like Chris Hoff and Jack Daniel, and all the people that we all know and respect these days. But I remember Deviant Ollam having handcuffs, and he was showing everybody how to get yourself out of handcuffs.
Right.
So, and that was my first experience. Were you did you happen to get handcuffed by Deviant? I can't remember.
I did not, and now I'm really regretful about that because
Isn't that unfortunate?
I have had my feet rubbed by Dave before.
Oh.
Yeah, at a much later party, but I'm saying this is one of the most famous hackers, and he's rubbing
Yes.
my feet. So
Yes.
handcuffs, whatever.
That's a story for another time, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Well, for the people listening that maybe they don't know your background or who you are, can you talk a little bit about yourself?
Oh boy.
Where do we start?
Well, first of all, I want to just say that my career in cybersecurity was just a big misunderstanding that I haven't managed to correct yet. And it's been 25 years. So, I'm not hopeful. I started out as a liberal arts major, dropped out of college. The year before, Michael Dell dropped out, and he did a lot better than I did, dropping out of the same college. Yep. And then I became a technical writer. I documented Gosling Emacs back in the 80s, like 800 pages of binder. Then I became a sysadmin and ended up going to work for a Swiss bank, and I was in Zurich for a while. And they decided to outsource their IT operations to an American firm, and I was on the task force to try to figure out how we could do that without violating Swiss banking law. So after I did that, they said, okay, now you're in charge of security for EMEA. And I said, okay. And it's been just, years of making things up ever since, really fast.
I'm hearing a little bit of imposter syndrome here.
Oh, totally. Seriously, one time I was looking through my resume and wondering whether I actually did anything that was on there. Like, you could have phrased it differently. Did I really do that? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's a familiar feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a journey. And I mean, you've been in, I mean, not just the security industry, but just, I think, 40 plus years, right, of just doing, like you said, various roles and kind of leading to where you're at today with Cisco. Can you talk a little about your current role and what you're doing at Cisco?
Well, like everything else, I made it up. I was helping to stand up the retail ISAC, and I had already covered Duo as an analyst before and really liked the user interface, really liked what Doug Song and John Oberheide were doing with their vision. And when I was ready to leave, Duo had invited me to come and speak at their new Austin office to do a tech talk. And I really loved the people, so I just said to Doug, do you have any room for me? And it turns out they did, and I came over, but then I had to figure out what I was going to do. And when you're at a startup, you look around to see what all these smart people are doing, and chances are at least two of them are already doing everything that you can think of. So what I ended up doing was just taking my perspective as a former CISO and a former industry analyst and using that to help support all the different areas of the company, including product roadmap, like, don't build that, nobody cares about that. Or working with sales and going, never say this to a CISO. And by the way, they have great spam filters and they've never seen your email, I'm sorry. And no, they're not going to return your call.
Yep.
And just working in all these different areas and helping to raise the profile of Duo. But then we were acquired by Cisco, and by that time they had come to me and said, well, what you're doing is great, but could you hire some more people to do more of it? And I said, yeah, sure. So I was really lucky to lure people in like Dave Lewis, Gattaca, and Wolf Gorelick, and Richard Archdeacon. And so I had my little band of people all going out and helping to share our expertise with everybody, marketing, working in external working groups, writing papers, doing research, and all of that. So it's still a work in progress. We're still making up this role, but basically, yeah, some of it is doing live streams, apparently.
Apparently.
Surprise! Here I am.
Yeah. So thinking about just maybe looking back at your career, what are some of the biggest challenges that you've had to face and how you overcame those?
You know, somebody asked me this last night. I was at the RSA Scholars Dinner, and I think the problem is that at the time I didn't think of them as challenges like this is terribly wrong and it should not be happening. I would be like the only American woman on a team in Zurich, working on the technical side. And I didn't think of that as a challenge. It just seemed like, okay, this is going on and this is something I need to do. But I would probably say the hardest part of what I've done is actually due to my ADHD, which is that I cannot resist anything new or interesting or shiny. So I will start out focused on something, and then I'll start seeing really cool things and going, oh yeah, I want to learn about this, I want to do that. And after a few years, my brain will just start to give out because I'm trying to hold too many things in it. And so it's not an external sort of challenge, but it is a problem in that as an analyst I was covering, we were covering about 1,300 vendors. Those are the ones we had time to write down. And anytime somebody on my team left, I would take over their coverage area. So in identity and access management, about 90 companies, and trying to keep track of what they did, what they said they did, what they really did, which CEOs moved from where to where, and all of those relationships, and that just kind of, burnt out my brain for a while. So I think that's the biggest overall challenge, is managing my own attraction to all of the different things inside of security.
Yeah, that's really tough. I feel like just, being in this industry, we all have a little bit of ADHD, right? Where, I know I struggle with just, distractions of, I'm committing myself to this one thing, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, look, squirrel, and then I'm, off to something else.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes hard to just focus on that thing.
That's right. I feel like my whole career is full of squirrels. Just it's all squirrels all the way down and all the way up.
Yeah.
So as somebody else that has attention deficit, hey, look, a squirrel. Do you have any strategies to help manage all of that information? You described having so many different people that you're trying to keep track of. Do you have a system that's worked for you over the years, or are you still in the same boat as most of us? And
I'm still in the same boat. And from an executive function perspective, I do have medication that helps. So I'll be sitting there in the morning and going, oh, I have to print out this form and sign it. Printing is hard. And then I'll take my meds, and 15 minutes later, I'm like, yes, let's do that. But resisting the temptation to go after, ChatGPT, can I go play with this for a while? And now we have, some public policy work to do over here, and then we've got this. And I never retire anything from my cache, as it were. I never flush anything. So it just gets fuller and fuller. I don't know, if anybody has a good idea, please, call me.
I've started using Obsidian, and that's not a product endorsement, I promise. But I've been using Obsidian and played around with a couple other things for knowledge management. But yeah, it still doesn't help so much to try to keep in my head.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you another question, because you touched on earlier that you were in a position where you had been a CISO, but you were talking to marketing of, hey, these emails aren't getting through. Are there any other examples or any other situations in your past where all of the different various things you've done, which is extensive, you've touched on so many different facets, has there been a specific trend or factor that you've noticed has helped you take all of those different perspectives and put them together into a cohesive picture. So,
Not everything together at one time. There's just too much.
that's a given.
But I'll take a few things here. Like, for example, I said I was a liberal arts major. I focused on foreign languages and history. Mm-hmm. And so when the proprietary trading firm that I was working for in Chicago was acquired by this Swiss bank, I said, well, I know French and German and Unix. And they said, great, can you go to Zurich? And I said, okay, sure. So I'll, pull those sorts of things together, and you never know once you start acquiring some skills or some knowledge in something where you can start using it later. So it's a lot of improvisation. It's just pulling things in. Okay, I'm going to use this and this and this to tackle that. But I promise you, nothing about it is planned or structured.
It's okay.
One of the things I wanted to ask you was, in your career, you've seen a lot of, I think, the hype cycles, right? Of
Mm-hmm.
products and technology come through, and I know the latest hype is around AI.
Mm-hmm.
What is kind of your advice for navigating that hype in the industry? Should we all focus our attention on that new thing, or is it something we need to give it time and let it play out?
I was going to say both, because there always have to be pioneers who are they're first out of the gate and they're going to play with the new technology and do cool things with it. But there are the other ones who have to maintain stability in whatever they're doing and going, great, I'm going to wait a couple of years and wait for things to shake out. And we need both kinds in the industry. Yeah. So, but yes, I've seen a lot of cyclical things going up and down, centralized, distributed, centralized, distributed. And I think people who haven't been through several decades of this don't know why when they first bring an idea to me, I'll just go, oh God, not again.
Another one.
Well, okay, this time around, try not to do this. Mm-hmm. And, but I think that's just how we are as humans. And sometimes the technology has evolved to the point where we now know how to do something that we tried to do earlier and it didn't work. But now, we can get a little bit further. Like zero trust is a lot of that. Mm-hmm. Segmentation and least privilege and all that has always been around. Mm-hmm. But we have better technology now, for example, to do a health check on the device at auth time with every auth, which is something that we weren't able to do before. So we're bringing little pieces to the party and going, okay, now let's try this idea once more. I forgot what the question was.
It's all hype anyway.
Oh, that's right. It's all hype. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And there are fun things you can do with the hype, but mm-hmm. yeah, for the people who have to keep systems running long term, yeah. You have to say, okay, let's calm down about this. And really, AI is just really fancy programming. And you know how bad we are at programming? Oh. We're pretty bad.
We're not going to get any better anytime soon.
Yeah. So you know what to expect.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm interested to get your perspective, and obviously you've been a successful leader. What are some things or what's one piece of advice you would give to someone that's an aspiring leader in our industry?
Take up a destructive hobby. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, except that as usual, yeah. We need more diverse people.
Yes.
And you'll notice that, yes, we're working on a diversity pipeline, but they're all at the bottom of the org chart. Mm-hmm. And when you get up to, where the leadership is, it looks pretty much the same that it's been looking for, last 40, 50 yeah. years. So one thing that I would urge as a leader to other leaders to help build more diversity is not just to include people, but give them a chance to lead. Even if you're just sitting in a meeting and going, okay, what do you think we should do? And then you've got somebody who you would not think of as a leader, go to them and say, okay, we're going to do it Sally's way. Let's try it Sally's way. And that's an opportunity for Sally to lead, yeah. at least in this one instance. And so actually, and for everybody else to go, oh, Sally's somebody that we could follow. So setting that relationship up and showing everybody as a potential leader, yeah. I think is the one most important thing we can be doing.
That's awesome advice. Well, Wendy, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the live stream. Great to catch up.
Yeah,
So thanks for coming.
And hopefully I'll see you again at the next ShmooCon, and
Absolutely.
with Deviant, and
Yes.
we'll do something with handcuffs. I don't know.
Yes, looking forward to it. All right, and with that, we're going to we'll be bringing on our next guest here soon. So stay tuned for more from the RSA conference and the Bishop Fox live stream. Welcome back to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. I'm your host, Tom Eston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos, and I'm here to introduce our first panel about CISOs, C-suites, and boards. So first I'm going to start with Evan Wolf, who is the partner at Crowell & Mourning. Welcome to the panel.
Hi, Tom. Thank you. Glad to be here.
And then we also have Daniel Wallentz, Associate Partner at McKinsey & Company.
Great to be here.
To the panel. And Mirna Soto, Chief CEO and Founder of Apogee Executive Advisors. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. So Evan, maybe start with you. Can you talk a little bit about your background and
Sure.
who you are?
I'm a partner and co-chair of the privacy and cyber practice at Crowell & Mourning, which is a global law firm. We have about 700 lawyers. I lead a team of about 25 lawyers that focus on cybersecurity and privacy. About half our time is spent doing proactive things like helping boards get situated and running tabletop exercises. The rest of the time is spent doing incident response. Been involved in almost 1,000 data breaches.
Oh, wow.
And I've been a lawyer for cybersecurity lawyer for 16 years. And in the decade before that, I was a data scientist for the government and worked at the MITRE Corporation.
Oh, wow. So you must have lots of great stories.
Yeah. Well, hacker turned lawyer is the short of it.
Nice. I like it. So Daniel, maybe talk a little bit about yourself.
No, definitely. I've been working in cybersecurity and technology risk for about the last 15 years, focus on critical infrastructure and financial services, both US and abroad.
Awesome. Great. And last but not least, Mirna.
I hate to say this number out loud, but a 30-year technology and cybersecurity veteran, former global CISO for a number of Fortune 50 organizations, and I currently serve on 4 publicly traded boards today, and I have my own boutique advisory and consulting practice.
Exciting, exciting. Well, we're here to talk about CISOs, C-suites, and boards. And my first question I want to ask is, just given all of your experience, how savvy are most boards and C-suites on cybersecurity issues? And do they really see cybersecurity as a top priority with their business objectives? Maybe we could start with Daniel. Do you have some comments about that?
It varies by organization. You definitely see thought leaders out there where the executive team, the C-suite, the board of directors view cybersecurity as an existential threat to the organization. It's a top risk and something that's very much top of mind and a priority. Others are starting to emerge and increase their focus, varies based on region, industry, and the type of company.
What do you think, Evan?
So I know we're supposed to create tension over here, but
As the lawyer.
I will largely agree, and I'll just go another layer down. It really depends what sector you're in. So I spent a lot of time with government contractors in the defense sector, and there, just because they were sort of at the tip of the spear, literally and figuratively, in terms of cyber attacks, and they're also getting to be one of the most regulated sector out there. I think their boards have been focused on this for a little while. I think that can also be said for the banking and finance sector. But then there's some sectors that I would say are a little slower, and I mean that in a very pejorative way, in that they just are sort of not taking this risk, like manufacturing and some of the other sort of global sectors, that they just don't have both the risk or the regulatory environment to sort of push this forward.
What do you think, Mirna?
So I wholeheartedly agree. It goes without saying that the public boards that I serve on, one in particular, been on that board for about 8 years now. 3 of the 4 are all critical infrastructure, or deemed critical infrastructure. So one is in the energy sector, the other is in transportation, and the other is in banking and finance. So that would apply to the trend as far as the number of board members that may bring this expertise to the table. I do see it being a very, very significant priority for all other sectors, because there's just been such a huge amount of highlight on the needs. The SEC is about to propose some rules around expertise in the boardroom and make it somewhat of a requirement. It's a whole other discussion within itself. But it certainly has become a very urgent subject matter. So that's the good news. And even those boards that may not necessarily have expertise on their board, they're seeking the expertise. They're seeking outside counsel. They're seeking the opportunity to learn. It does take a while to build that expertise, of course. But the good news is that they're making it a priority.
Yeah.
And if I could just add in, there's one other sort of single factor that I think directly impacts whether a board gets cybersecurity or not, and that's whether or not the company's gone through a significant incident. Because once they've gone through that process, it becomes something that they are always going to be focused on. At least that's been my experience.
And I would
Fortunately
add to-
for me, none of mine have, so that's good.
and I would add to that, or peers in their industry.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
they see one of their competitors having a cyber incident, realizing that they might be next, that also can increase the focus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll disagree with you guys on the next question.
No way.
So thinking about collaboration between the boards, the C-suites, and the CISO, I mean, that is where we need to be, right? It's ideal.
Kind of disagree with that, but I'll let you go with this
Okay,
question.
all right. Well, what role do you see the board playing thinking about a strong cybersecurity posture in an organization? Who wants to start?
A drop this. I guess I'll
over
start
you.
because as outside counsel and as a lawyer, I do feel like there needs to be a very and there is, based on case law and even the insurance practices, there's a very defined role for the board. It should be providing oversight. It should be providing direction. It should be making sure that the officers that report to the board are sort of doing their job, and that budgets and sort of those issues are managed well. I don't think the board should be getting involved in sort of the operational aspects of a company. I don't think they should be getting sort of daily or weekly reports on sort of things that we would see in dashboards. And I think there is some real concern I have of overreach from the board. And I'm sure boards that have well qualified people like me on it are not doing that. But I'd say at least a weekly basis, I get a question from a client about something they want to put in front of a board that I think is inappropriate. And that's why when you use the word sort of collaboration, I don't think there should be collaboration. I think they provide direction and oversight, and that's what they should be doing.
I think the interesting dynamic that has been created, because I agree that there is a degree of rigor, oversight, and the pure function of governance that a board is supposed to provide that should not be any different than any of the other oversight functions like audit and compensation and other things. The challenge, of course, is the fact that expertise in this area creates a lot of tension, a lot of hesitation, and anxiety. I do believe that it's important to keep the relationship between the board members and the management team in that construct where they're not getting in the weeds, they're not directing the hows, but there is a bit of red flag detection, no pun intended on detection, but red flag detection when you have individuals on the board that can hear from the technology leaders and to be able to kind of pressure test and kind of probe on what's being done. Because there is a bit of a tendency to come into the boardroom and give a weather report. It's sunny and bright and we have a low pressure system. And really getting that transparency, because at the end of the day, board members are personally liable for business judgment and duty of care to the organizations. And if there isn't that layer of oversight and awareness, it's very easy to point a finger and say, where was the board on this? So it's a very delicate balance.
And just building upon that point, the board asking questions of how do we actually know? How do we know our capabilities are operating the way and they are? How do we know that we're managing risk in the way the reports are saying? So to use the analogy of how do we know it's actually sunny outside? And
Right.
what's the evidence that you're providing? And what is that story that's telling us? And then up to the executive team, up to the head of cybersecurity to be able to articulate that story, articulate that vision in order to then enable the board to ask the right questions.
And so to answer your question and to continue on with the weather analogy, this is where I think what I'm encouraging boards to do, and I think they're increasingly doing, is using third-party independent audits and assessments. So, I don't want the board member to go and check the weather of every office that the company has, but really to send out a third-party auditor to put together that weather roadmap and identify that and update it, and that way you have that independence from a as counsel. That sort of makes me feel a little easier, and hopefully it gives the competence that the board doesn't have.
Absolutely.
And puts them in their role and not outside of their role.
Yep.
Okay, we have to disagree on the next one, though.
So what are some key questions that boards and executives should be posing to their security leaders? We talked about the weather report and things like that, but if we're trying to understand security posture and risk.
Yeah. In my opinion, and I'll just dovetail on the last comments, questions like when was the last time we had an independent review of our program? When was the last time that we actually opened ourselves up to a red team or purple team test, and to be able to have those artifacts and understand how the teams responded? It may sound pretty simple, but what is our relationship with law enforcement? Do we have contacts that we can lean upon or get information from, et cetera, in the event that there is some intelligence out there that is available and appropriate for us to acquire? And last but not least, it's really less about a question to management. It's really a question to the executive team and to the board, is how often are you hearing from your CISO or your CTO, whoever owns the cybersecurity function? If it's once a year for 10 minutes, that's a red flag. That's a problem. It needs to be much more frequent at the right layer of detail, of course. And then last but not least, when we're considering a merger or a transaction, how are we assessing the asset that we are considering? But there's a long list of questions. I just gave you a few.
And I'd also say for some of the more advanced programs and more advanced thinking is, in the event of a catastrophic cyber attack, would we be able to recover? If we had to, could we recover from bare metal and actually have to rebuild our critical systems? Do we even know which of our systems are most critical relative to our most important business value streams in order to really prioritize? And are we within our risk appetite when it comes to those critical systems and those critical business processes?
So, unfortunately, I agree with everything my colleague said. I'll sort of add to it. I think there's sort of, if we look at the GRC, the governance, risk, and compliance aspects of what I see boards and what I encourage boards to be focused on. The first is, what is the organizational construct for InfoSec? I mean, if you're old like me and you've been doing this for a while, we've changed terms and we've added more people, but it's still the same basic concepts. And does the company have the right sort of humans in the job to provide that oversight? Second is sort of what I'll call the risk management frameworks. And do they understand what are the regulations that apply to the company, and do they have a mechanism to comply with them? And that includes, and a big thing that the board should be asking about is around budget and technology roadmaps. While I think there's a lot of things they shouldn't be talking about, I think it's absolutely appropriate and imperative that they serve as sort of the dividing rod between the management and sometimes the CIOs or GCs that CISOs are increasingly reporting to, and that every CISO wants more and more money. The good ones sort of are figured out how to sort of not always ask for it in that way. And so I think they're tracking that, not tracking. We were talking when we were outside about patch management and how many critical vulns are in a network. I don't really think that's something that a board needs to do, but they do need to understand sort of where is the company going. And then also in terms of tabletop exercises and incident response plans, I think it's a critical thing. I do a lot of tabletop exercises, and we've increasingly been getting board members involved either during the notification phase or having them do some oversight or just participation in it. I think that's a really great way for boards to ask questions without asking questions.
Yeah. I have to say, I've got to echo the enterprise risk management approach, because that is the language that most board members will understand. We're often asked, how can CISOs and other C-level executives talk to the board in their business construct that they can understand? And the enterprise risk management framework overlaying our cybersecurity imperatives, our priorities, and going back to your comment about resiliency makes a huge difference.
As relative to credit risk or market risk, yes, cybersecurity is another risk to manage, but at the same time, for many boards, it's foreign. It's not as common day to day, and it's becoming a focus of putting it in terms that they can understand and appreciate is critical.
So last question here, and I'd like to ask each of you, what are your top 3 recommendations for boards and executives to better support their CISOs? Start with you.
I think, first would be meet and talk regularly. I think in my mind, sort of the more you can be talking on this topic and the more time you can give of executives to this is an indication of how important it is to you. The second is sort of, understand the topics, and if you don't, find those that do. I mean, that's where sort of I think all of us can come in, and what we do is we are the universal translators, whether it's speaking Klingon and Romulan, which is sort of what I do for a living, how I describe my job. And the last is sort of practice, and I think exercises and also a lot of gaining the expertise and meeting together is really important.
So number one is just prioritize, make this a visible priority in the organization. Second would be just remove blockers from where there's blockers or those impediments. Help remove those, help work through, and then third, just be a champion for the team.
Yeah,
agreed.
Great.
I would start off with the importance of bringing all the communications into business context. At the end of the day, it's a so what to that particular industry and business that board members are going to be able to understand and to be able to convey support. The other would be to open yourself up to third-party partner ecosystems to often speak with you versus for you or in place of you. And that comes in the form of having partners that can do assessments to be able to show the maturity of and the efficacy of the programs and what is being invested in. And then last but not least, do not provide overconfidence. Make sure that just as equally that you're providing that confidence that you're working with third parties, assessing your program, that you are raising awareness of the areas that maybe the company has deprioritized or raised their risk tolerance that could result in an incident, so that a board member or a board in its entirety is not surprised and says, how did that happen? There has to be that level of awareness.
Yeah. One thing, and we have a couple more minutes, but I did want to ask if you have recommendations for CISOs that are new in their roles, because I think you probably see that, CISOs kind of get the blame game, right? Of there's an incident and now somebody new comes in and they have to pick up the pieces. What is your recommendation from a board perspective for those new leaders?
Yeah. I'll disagree with you because
great.
Oftentimes when you have an incident doesn't mean there are pieces to pick up.
That's right.
I mean, I
That's
think
true.
the biggest
Yeah.
concern I have from new CISOs is they'll come in and think everything was bad, or I mean, might not be perfect and they might need tweaking, but incidents happen. It doesn't mean it's a failure of compliance. It's something I spend a lot of time explaining to regulators. It just means that sometimes the bad guys are better than the good guys. And that's why companies like Bishop Fox are so critical to our ecosystem. So, but I think the important things that new CISOs need to do, and I'll say the first one, which is completely self-serving but important, is listen to your lawyers. They are your friends, they're your protectors, they are the ones that will sort of both be stern and second is sort of stay in your role. I know a lot of CISOs like to become mini CIOs. Sometimes they like to be mini GCs and or provide direct business roles. Really important that you define what your role is around the security of the infrastructure and networks of the company, and sort of make sure you're clear on that. And the third is really understand your budget and know sort of, is that appropriate? Do you have the resources, people and otherwise, to do your job? And if not, and to the degree that some CISOs in the past have gotten in trouble around either overcommitting or undercommitting, is sort of make sure that you're in that. I actually have a checklist for new CISOs because I've been involved in sort of placing and helping them get started over time, and I won't go through the whole thing, but I think those are some of the important ones.
Yeah. I'd say one is just simple messages, tell the story, but also tell the history of the cyber program, where it's been, where it is, and where you're going. Very often, I find executives are focused on the future, which is great, but give credit for all the great work that's been done previously. And second would be just meeting folks, meeting the team. But when I say the team, I mean cyber, I mean IT, I mean risk, I mean ops, I mean the whole legal compliance, the whole organization, and getting to know the organization and the people.
I definitely agree with everything that's been said. I think that, yes, listen to your lawyers. but really focus a great deal on minimizing the blame game, right? You've come in, something's happened, or you come in and you're assessing, and there are very tactful ways of demonstrating, to your point, the story and what needs to be improved, and how you can help position the company in a better risk posture. Never commit bulletproof, because we all know that that's never true. The other thing is, be a business relationship leader. I mean, bear hug all the other C-level executives who are going to have a huge influence on the adoption of whatever it is you're trying to deploy or put in place. Build a culture that values the cybersecurity program, and eliminate the possibility that cybersecurity is your responsibility alone. It is the entire organization. You just happen to be the orchestrator of that. And I know that that isn't always on top of mind of many CISOs. We quickly focus on technology and process issues, and we forget that the marketing leader needs to be on board so they don't spin up a private cloud and send data, that is unprotected and blah, blah, blah. So it's really important to be seen as a business relationship leader in that ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's so important to your points, because, I mean, how do you see it when there is a breach that happens? How do you think about that from a responsibility perspective? Like, is it, it's easy to just blame one person, right, for that, but how do you handle those situations from a board perspective?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, from a board perspective, in a crisis situation, an incident situation that's reached the materiality that the board needs to be involved, because obviously there are very smaller incidents that the team is able to contain and can report on later on. But in that time, we're not focusing on blame. We're focusing on containment, right? Our number one priority, and it's important for CISOs to understand this, because CISOs will tend to go down this forensic investigative path, which is important. But in the immediacy of the incident, it's about containment. It's about protecting the brand, whatever the brand of the organization that you're a part of, and being able to provide the communications team the appropriate level of data so they can go out publicly and say, we're aware, we're on it, we're doing the following things, versus a potential tendency of, I don't have all the answers yet, so I can't tell you anything, which has been a little bit of a kiss of death for some companies. So from a board perspective, that is what we're focused on first and foremost. And then once the dust has settled and there has been a sense of normalcy that's been back together, we want to focus on, okay, how do we avoid this from happening again? Again, less about blame, more about where do we need to harden, where do we need to change procedures, relationships, policies, whatever the case may be. Because more often than not, most incidents have a very similar tone to them. They're either access, I won't go into that, but you understand the point.
The one thing I'd say is incidents are going to continue to happen. And it's learning from the previous, becoming more effective at responding and minimizing the impact when they do occur, and emphasizing that message is key. It's not that, hey, we've had an incident, that's the only one we're going to have. No, these are going to continue and occur, and it's the organization's ability to respond and remediate that should be the key factor.
And just to sort of add on, I have a sort of a standard speech I give to mostly CEOs and GCs at the first onset of an incident, which is that companies and company leaders don't get in trouble for getting hacked. They get in trouble for how they respond.
That's right.
So I then sort of give them the, put on your, adult proper clothing and let's sort of march forward. This is not the time to drive a car with a rear view mirror, but a windshield. And in doing that, it's really, let's focus on not, because I think, blame is the exact, because there is no one to blame usually. I mean, misconfiguration of a network is something that causes, some obscene amount of, so let's blame Microsoft or let's blame whoever creates sort of these terrible cloud-based environments that are allowed to operate in this way. But, this is not the time to do it. What is your plan? Where is your incident response plan? What page are you on? Who do you need to bring in? All the things that everyone said. And I think forensic vendors and the third parties and once again, to put sort of lawyers in the middle of this, lawyers are incredibly important, and one of the most important tools a company has to protect himself is the attorney-client privilege. And so making sure, because while facts of an investigation are not going to be privileged, all the analysis that goes into it and all the things we get wrong and right and the wandering and weavings of an investigation, which wander and weave a lot, are the things that we can protect. So.
Yeah. So thinking about CISOs that are trying to break through their board, maybe they don't have the greatest relationship with the board for whatever reason. What are some of your recommendations for CISOs in that situation?
I guess I'll start off. I mean, I think the first is, in fact, I have we were talking about this in the prep room, that I have a client that has a new CISO, and they're trying to reset the relationship with the board, and so they're really working on putting together a new set of board briefings, because having been involved as a briefer in the government for senior leadership, briefing slides matter, and how you convey things and the language you use and how you explain sort of highly technical things in a non-technical environment and put it in the context of risk and compliance is really hard and really important. So actually bringing in professionals like McKinsey and like my colleagues here to help with that process, bringing in lawyers that can help you understand sort of what is the compliance piece. That's the first thing, is get the slides right. Yeah. And then the second is get the organization right, is the other thing I would say, is, as we've all said, magnanimous leaders are really important, and that's what they're going to want. The board's going to want to hear you and speak to you. But they want to know that there's a whole group and a whole team, whether it's your SOC, whether it's your GRC team, that's protecting the network on a day-to-day basis. And so I think when you can sell and have confidence in the team around you, then the board will have more confidence in you.
So get to know your board, understand what they're looking for, what's top of mind for them, and see very often new head of cybersecurity coming in, trying to build those relationships with the board. And then the second would be simple messages. Just tell your story, tell what you're focusing on, your priorities, how you're thinking, and how you're approaching it.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I've got a very short, funny story. When I joined one of my boards, the C-level technology executives were very happy to see me in the boardroom. That meant that they were happy to see that there was somebody that was going to assist with the level of briefing, the amount of data, the messaging and the communication style. And then there was another, I won't name who, that was not so crazy about that idea. And that was because, and it's not their fault, it's just the culture that had existed, is that they were communicating everything's good, everything's fine, nothing to worry about, when in reality that was the wrong way to approach your board, bringing that overconfidence. But definitely get to know your board and get to know those unique board members that either have had experience in other companies or on other boards, and build a relationship with them to preempt the type of things that they're going to ask. And I know this may sound a little orchestrated, but also empower them to ask the questions that maybe you're not putting any data on the particular slide, but can be a question that comes up where you can expand a little bit further from what's on the slides. The slides are discoverable, so keep that in mind as well.
That's good.
Thank you.
Nice. So any last piece of advice you'd like to give for CISOs?
I would say I think the most important thing a CISO can do, whether it's new or old, is focus on culture as much as technology. And a big part of that is diversity and inclusion. I think, we have to, CISOs need to manage their team that reflect sort of not only the companies that they work in, but our society. And so, I encourage CISOs, even though, I grew up as sort of a hacker when, everyone looked a lot more like me than not, but thankfully, I teach at Columbia and my students don't look anything like me, and I encourage more CISOs to create a team that is sort of wide and diverse and awesome, and so that's what I would encourage them to do, and also understand the culture of the organization and build upon that or define their own culture, because that really matters within in InfoSec shops.
Whole of organization approach.
Yeah.
And this is an entire organization's focus on cybersecurity. You might be the orchestrator, you're driving and bringing a critical part, but how do you leverage the resources of cyber organization, of IT, of risk, of finance, of legal, to help achieve the goals that you're looking to achieve and buy down risk for the organization?
Yeah. The one addition to all of that advice is to know that you can't do it all alone. Many CISOs spend a lot of time and energy building out their teams, which is very important, but know very well in this day and age, we cannot do it alone. So I said it before, embrace your third-party ecosystem, the partner network that becomes part of your team, that can provide you the types of services and insights that are very difficult for you to build by yourself, but arm yourself with those in your ecosystem.
Great advice. Well, I want to thank the three of you for joining me on this panel. This was all great advice and great recommendations. So hopefully everyone watching was able to take something out of the panel. And for everyone else here, we'll be back with more of the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference coming up soon, so tune in.
Hello, everyone. I am Alan Cecil. I'm a senior security consultant here at Bishop Fox, and we are here at the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. With me is
Tom Heston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos, also at Bishop Fox.
and our guest today is Avi, and I'm going to make sure I get this right, Ben Menahan.
You got it right.
Oh,
Yeah,
righty.
there.
You are a very interesting fellow. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Avi Ben Menahem. These days I'm a CISO for a New York company called New York Digital Investment Group. It's a subsidiary of Stone Ridge Holding Group, which is a bigger kind of holding group for financial assets or non-correlated assets such as Bitcoin, such as insurance, real estates, and others. And I'm doing my best to run their security team. Former Microsoft exec, been around the Microsoft block multiple times. Decided it's time to try something different.
All righty.
Yeah.
I have a couple of very interesting questions for you later, but for the moment, so you're a pretty seasoned CISO. So what was your journey that led to cybersecurity? It sounds like you've been through a number of different stages to get there.
For sure. So one, I'd like to start by saying, like, I started as an engineer, right? And I'm a big believer that everyone in our space needs to have some engineering skills under their belt to be really, really successful in the security space. I know you can become CISO from different angles, but I'm a big believer that having that level of foundation makes a huge difference on your function as a CISO. My first kind of foray into the security space was I had an old friend from the military. My military days was actually, hey, we're building security into Windows. Do you want to join? Mm-hmm. And so it's like, this is usually an offer you don't, you have to take, and
those are not easy words.
You don't skip that. But that was one of the reasons I wanted to join or to take on the security space, because you want to work on something that makes an impact, right? Whatever you do in your career, you say it's like, look, I had an impact on millions and millions of people, and for me it was like no better option to say, yeah, go work on Windows. That was the operating system back in the XP days, Windows XP days. Mm-hmm. And working on, I don't know if you guys remember the Bill G memo where it decided that security matters to Microsoft back in the early 2000s. Those were the days where we built actually the security team in Windows. And it was a unique experience to kind of join that team and work on crypto, PKI, back when crypto was real crypto, not crypto.
Right.
Since then it's all history.
That's amazing. So you've done quite a lot of different aspects around cybersecurity. But what qualities do you think are essential for a successful security leader?
I started by saying, like, let's start from the bottoms up, right? I do think that being a subject matter expert, hands-on, technical, understand the space that you work on is key, right? I think that without that, you really can't be successful. You have to be passionate about what you do, right? I think that all of us in that security space, it's not just your day job, right? You take it with you wherever you go. It's something that you're interested in. That's your hobby. That's your passion. And I think that you see that with a lot of the people that you talk to around RSA. And that's one of the reasons I like coming here, right? It's still, with the size of RSA, still a relatively small knit community of security experts. The second thing, if you build on that, I think that everyone says that the CISO needs to be kind of jack of all trades, which I kind of agree, but I think that a good security leader needs to be a good storyteller, right? You need to be able to kind of bridge this, the set of technical issues that we're dealing with every day and tell it in a language or story where your stakeholders, your board, your business, leaders understand it. Being able to make that translation from that's a technical problem to this is how it impacts on the business and tell the story and the narrative. I think this is kind of it's an art and it's something that you need to learn. So it's a spectrum, right? You need to have good technical skills. You need to be subject matter experts, but on the other hand, you have to be able to have a really good executive presence and kind of bridge that chasm between technical and business.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, given kind of your experience and background, and maybe thinking about how you've built and managed different types of security teams in your career, what are some insights that you can pull from that maybe you can share with the audience?
I think that building a security team specifically is, that's what it is. I'm a big believer in values, right? I think that you can have brilliant people, you can have strong team, but if you don't build them around the right set of values, you won't be able to be successful. That's kind of my core belief. No matter where I went, it's the basics. And I spent 6 years in the military before kind of starting my civilian life, and you take a lot from your military service. I'm a huge fan of hiring veterans, of building security teams, some people that lived in that system because they embody a lot of the values that I believe in for running a security team. Basic things like accountability, right? You know that if I'm assigning you something, I know that this work is going to get done, right? It's that kind of sense of responsibility, of accountability, and those are things that I think super essential for us running a security team, right? And I think we all run with limited budget, we all run in a super complex environment, and you need people that are 100% accountable. Integrity, I think that goes without saying, right? I think that's how we operate as a team, and if you build a team that kind of supports each other, and if there is kind of full transparency and integrity, you will be more successful than just by having a set of strong individuals. And the last thing is of course respect, right? I mean, if you don't operate in a respectful environment, then you will never feel empowered. You will never be able to kind of do your best. So for me, it's like this accountability, integrity, and respect type of environment.
Yeah. I have one for you. You mentioned earlier talking about Windows XP in that era. You've now worked, and I understand you've worked for Windows Division, Azure Division, Xbox Division. You've seen a lot of different parts of that, and now with the new aspects you're doing as well. I'm curious, how have you managed to balance security and needing to keep up with the pace of innovation?
I think it's a great question. I think all of us in the security space, you're building your career based on experiences, right? It's like you're working on one thing, and when you start to think like, okay, what do you want to do next? It's not about necessarily kind of what you do, but it's the set of experience you're going to gain by doing this, right? That's how you build your career. That's how you grow as a person. And working on Windows had a certain set of challenges, of course, and opportunities. Xbox completely different, Azure completely different, Nightingale completely different. And I think that when you think about kind of this journey, in Microsoft specifically, one of the things that I really enjoyed about working in the company is the understanding that you are providing software and services for the largest organizations on earth. And when you start thinking and using that lens, you understand that these companies actually bet their business, and a lot of times it's countries and it's organizations that are much bigger than financial organizations or commercial organizations. And now the question is, how do you really make sure that you understand that security of the product means more than just a feature, right? It's like for a lot of companies that run their business on Azure, that means that if you don't do your job right, they're out of business.
Yeah.
And once you kind of get to that realization, then priorities change, the way you approach building products, building security change, the way that you think about balancing building a secure foundation and product to going on a left field innovation and things that are completely out of the box. It's like you have different criteria on how to balance those things, right? When you work at a company at the scale of Microsoft, and it was true when we built Windows, it was true when we built security for Azure. And Microsoft in general, one of the things I really learned to appreciate over the years is really the focus on, on the customer feedback, the partner ecosystem. Those are a lot of things that really made Microsoft successful over the years. Mm-hmm. So it's part, maybe it's a long answer for saying it's part art, part science.
Art is a really great way of phrasing it.
Yeah, definitely. So I think given your experience at Microsoft and in your career, how do you see the future of cloud security evolving? What new technologies or approaches are you kind of seeing emerging to address cloud security?
Yeah, well, I promise I'm not going to say AI, but I will because it's here and it's now, and it's like I'm sure everyone kind of watching this and yourself probably already kind of been playing around with it, and it's fascinating, right? We've already been using it in a bunch of places in the company, and you can see just the possibilities, and that's insane, right? And it's like, I don't want to say we're all going to be redundant pretty soon, but it's like it will make our lives much, much easier.
Yeah.
No, but jokes aside, I think that other than innovation around, of course, AI, I think that the product space will also need to evolve, right? What we're seeing right now is a lot of security products, and I see that now mostly as a CISO, that a lot of products that are, I call them finders. And I think that after like the fifth pitch of a product that helps you find more issues or more vulnerabilities or more misconfiguration, it's like, okay, it's like all CISOs have relatively small security organizations, and you can't just depend on products that find you stuff, right? You need products that actually help you solve the problem, and I think that the industry will have to shift to that. The world of, and the, budgets are tighter, CISOs have less workforce, and human capital to help and operationalize products. Products will have to mature from, I can find you a bunch of bad stuff, to I'm actually going to do something to help you resolve that. And I don't think that we've made the shift as a security industry. This is one. I think that the second thing is, I think there are like way too many security frameworks right now out there. And maybe they're good to run a checklist to make sure that you get, your bases right. But I think that the industry will also need to shift to a more intentional, threat-based, protection, rather than just, I checked all the boxes on my, NIST checklist or whatever checklist you're using today, and actually using capabilities, products, abilities, similar to what Bishop Fox does, which is more attack-driven, specific, understanding the adversaries, understanding their TTPs, understanding where the attack is coming from, and trying to build protection around that, rather than just building around checkboxes. So I think it's between AI, it's between products that do more for the CISO, and it's about how do you drive the program. So those are maybe the three things I would have to bet we're going to see change.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So before we wrap up, I do have one question. You mentioned earlier that you had been, you'd moved to a very interesting role that seems to be at the intersection of finance and like the traditional finance industry and the Bitcoin community.
Yes.
How do you even manage security aspects in something so nebulous and complex?
So one, I think it was a very, very intentional kind of career change for me, from something like Azure with the scale and the complexity that comes with it, to something which is completely different, right? It's a financial company, it's dealing with Bitcoin, it's smaller, it's all the different things that you would expect that going to be different from. What I liked about it is, one, that the Bitcoin technology itself, at the end of the day, this is still, the basics is crypto, right? It's all the things I've been doing all of my career, and kind of being able to see an application and seeing how that's built is fascinating. I'm a big believer in the idea behind Bitcoin, and I'm still hoping that we're going to see, the industry rallies around it, and in a more maybe responsible way. But still, I'm a big believer in the concept. But the technology behind it is still the same basic construct that we've built in PKI and asymmetric crypto for years, right? It's not any different. It's just a very, very interesting implementation of it. So for me, it's been taking some of the knowledge I had from over the years, applying it maybe in a different way, taking some of the security background I had from Microsoft, maybe applying it in a different way. But again, like I mentioned earlier, it's like your career is a set of experiences that are, hopefully you're making an intentional choice of taking, and this is just was one of them, and so far it's been a pretty amazing journey.
That sounds completely fascinating. Anything else?
No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been great. Again, this is Avi. We are going to have some more amazing guests in just a little bit, so stay tuned, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. I'm Tom Eston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos.
And I'm Alan Cecil. I'm a senior security consultant with Bishop Fox. We're happy to be here. Who is our guest today?
Well, we are joined by very special guests, Maureen Allison. Welcome to the live stream.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you to all the sponsors to make this possible today.
Yes, this has been a great day so far. And maybe for our audience that doesn't know about you and your background, could you talk a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm Maureen Allison. I say I'm a recovering CISO. I've had a career that has spanned the Army, the FBI, multiple CISO and head of security engagements, and most recently, a 12-year engagement as CISO of Johnson & Johnson.
Wow, that is definitely impressive. And from one veteran to another, I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, too.
You are absolutely welcome. But you have something very special about yourself. You were the first class of women from West Point. Right?
This is true. In fact, over the weekend, I had 20 of my classmates at my farm in Florida. And so it's a very special group to be in that first class.
Absolutely. I think that groundbreaking and breaking the glass ceiling, right, in the military, really important step. And I was reading some articles about that, and it's really cool to hear that you're still talking to your fellow classmates and the people that you served with. It's really exciting. Thinking about your career at Johnson & Johnson, and the way that Johnson & Johnson operates in all the different countries and all the products and that Johnson & Johnson supports, what are some things you took away from that experience as being CISO?
Understanding what the threat is, this kind of goes back to our military experience. And when I raised my right hand on the plane at West Point and to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, I didn't realize that my career in security and corporations was going to carry with me. Mm-hmm. And even though a company today, when I first joined in 2010, it may have not been under a huge threat. It was really the banking industry at the time. But to watch the threat evolve, and then when a company creates a vaccine to help with the pandemic, you quickly become on the world stage. And all of the learnings that I've had over the years, from my military to electrical engineering and resiliency, all came into play. And it's one of those defining moments where you go, wow, okay, now let's get this together, and we've got this. And so it's from that military, I can get this done, that you really come to grips with it.
Yeah, I think we used to call that improvise, adapt, and overcome, right?
Yeah.
Military.
Well, there's another term for it we use in the military, but we'll use that one.
We can't talk about that.
Yeah, we can't use that one in polite company.
I know what you mean, and no, we cannot.
Yeah. So in that role, and thinking about this, the vaccines and the pandemic, did you have any types of things that you had to address from, like, maybe the media or certain attacks against the organization because of what the company was involved with?
Well, the whole healthcare industry in a whole had, in 2020, we had a 30% increase in ransomware attacks, and then again in 2021, and then again in 2022. So it wasn't just one company, but it also, things like DDoS attacks started going after healthcare, and then you saw the ransomware, especially at the hospital level, that came in. And with the Health ISAC and working with community efforts, and then ties in to Operation Warp Speed with DoD. And my first call, I always tell this, my first call was to Chris Krebs when he was CISA director. Yeah. Hey Chris, guess what? J&J is going to be doing a vaccine. Let's talk. And that is really kind of that bringing the community together, public and private, for the desired outcome of a company creating a vaccine and getting it distributed throughout the world.
Wow. So maybe going back to your experience at West Point, what were some of the unique challenges that you faced? Because I think it sounds like that really set your career by being in the Army and at West Point. How did that experience really change the way you thought about leadership?
Well, the experience, of course, it was less than 2% women in the military when I got there. And when we went to West Point, when women were entered into West Point, we were still in the Women's Army Corps. We were not in the regular Army until 1978. And all the challenges, I know, right? And they didn't know which branches we could serve in. So all those things that are pretty much fundamental for the men, for the women, it was always, oh, can you do this? And I heard 1,000 times that, oh, well, women can't do this. Women can't do the recondo run. Women can't get up this rope. Women will not be able to do that. And you know what? You can. Yeah. And so every time anyone throughout my whole career has said, oh, you can't do that, I go, watch me. We can do this.
I remember the rather somewhat hokey presentation of that on a movie called Down Periscope, where they put one woman on a sub with the rest of these sailors, and the portrayal in that seemed a little bit apt in some senses, but it does sound like the whole world seems to say you can't do things, and yet you've proven that you can. So leading off of that, what advice would you give women who are entering or seeking advancement either in cybersecurity or even the military for that matter?
Yeah, you know, one of the things is it's not just women, but it's diversity. And any group that's a small group or a small percentage. And that doesn't include just, you know, sex or the ethnic heritage. It also includes people with different experiences. So, you know, in cyber, we always like to have the security engineer. We need security engineers, we need more of you. But what we need is also people who have worked on internal audits and understand control frameworks. We also need people who are communication specialists. We need people who can market things, because when we rely on just one type of person, security engineer, to do all those things, let's use the skill sets of our entire, you know, I call it the quiver, you know, like pull an arrow out, let's get a communication specialist if we want to put a good communication deck together for the board. And when you do that, you get such great outcomes. And so my advice is not to just the people who, you know, maybe the minority or the women in the group, but mine is to the leaders. Look beyond what you're comfortable with. Bring in people to your organization with varied experiences. I was talking to a woman last night, and she had been an IT specialist around SAP, and she got her master's in cyber, and she was looking for her first engagement as a cyber professional. You know, we always say, oh, we can't find mid-level people. If I was a CISO, she'd be on my team tomorrow.
Right. Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah. So getting back to maybe this Johnson & Johnson and what you did there, you know, leading the security program, how did you see that evolve over the years? And did the threat landscape impact transformation at Johnson & Johnson?
You know, the threat landscape should always evolve everyone's program. I always use the phrase, and the people on my team will laugh, is you don't have to be way ahead of the bear, but you've got to be ahead of it's got to be somebody between you and the bear, okay? Yes. You have to run that. I would say in healthcare in general, when you look back to 2010, there was a bunch of us that had to run to catch up to the bear. And then we moved forward and evolved our programs. 2010 was when we first got the hard knock on the companies and people coming after the data at healthcare companies. And it was once said that there's those that know they've been hacked and those who don't. The meaning that somebody's probably already looked at your data. And that's been an evolution. And then, of course, there's been multiple frameworks, the HIPAA framework and for healthcare, as well as privacy, and then the NIST framework and the COVID framework and, you know, PCI framework. And, you know, you become an expert of bringing those all in. But even when you're talking to your board of directors, them understanding what the threat is today. And I remember back in the early days being able to say, well, we see this one activity, we are believing it came from a nation state, but there's no harmful activity. They are not destroying any data, but so now we need to do these things, is much different than when you look at 2016, 17, when NotPetya, and it was destructive malware, and it changed and evolved the role of the CISO from, okay, I can build a higher wall and a deeper moat and I'm good, to, okay, let's talk about resilience and what are we going to do when it happens. So I think overall, not only just at Johnson & Johnson, but many, many other companies, we were evolving our strategies. You can spend a lot of money on detect and protect, and if you're a target of a nation state, they got some good money in their capabilities coming at you, as we know from our military experience.
Yep.
So let's talk about resiliency.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So kind of in your new role as an advisor, what are some of the best pieces of advice that you'd share with leaders in the organizations that you work with, or that our audience can really benefit from as well?
Yeah, what I find is there are a lot of great security technologies out there, and I sometimes think they're great security technologies. Is there a mission for those technologies, and where will they end up? The CISO is always looking for how can I bundle, versus standalone. 100 standalone tools is not. The question is that better than if you're using an ELA with a large company, and where are the gaps? And so helping those small companies to understand where they fit in the scenario. A lot of them talk around their technologies, but what is the bigger picture? Okay, if you're an identity and access management company, are you really in that space, or are you in the zero trust space and you have to know, access control and segregation of duties and minimum necessary, versus is it, it's a standalone? And then also talking to CISOs and what they have on their plate and what they're looking for. And so that's where I think, and it's about relationships. Right? When you come up to somebody and you're trying to push a technology right in your face, step back a little. Look, how are you? Do you have kids? Right? And I always try to diffuse that into, let's talk about the relationship, because what we do in security, when I picked up the phone to call Chris Krebs, it was because I could call Chris Krebs. Yeah. It was a relationship. Mm-hmm. And poor Chris. Chris, don't give out your telephone number. But it is about the relationships that we have, because we are not in the security game alone as either CISOs or venture capital or private equity. It's an ecosystem of working together around national resiliency and national security.
Well, Maureen, this has been an absolute pleasure. So thank you very much for coming on the live stream. Great conversation. Really appreciate it. So for everyone else, make sure you stay tuned for more of the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco. So make sure you tune in shortly.
Hi, I'm Vinny Liu. I'm the CEO at Bishop Fox. What inspired me to found Bishop Fox? I didn't know any better. We were doing some moonlighting work on the side at our, and we had full-time jobs, and we were just passionate about doing, pen testing work and wanted more opportunities to do that. So we started taking on projects while we were employed, and moonlighting essentially, and one thing led to the next, and we kept doing good work, and we kept getting more work. And, they say the reward for doing good work is more work, and that's really what happened to us. And so after a few months of that, we realized that we might actually have something interesting here, and so we decided to start Bishop Fox. Something that's really unique about Bishop Fox is the amount of talent that we've aggregated into a single organization, a single firm. And it's important for us to know that we'll always be able to learn and get better from our peers and the other people that we're working with in our day-to-day jobs. And so that's something that really sets us apart, and something we continue to foster and encourage within Bishop Fox as a team and as an organization.
The biggest reason I joined Bishop Fox was really the culture and the people. Every day I get to work with some of the smartest people I've ever worked with in the industry. And the culture here is just fantastic. It really feels like you're part of a family, you're part of something bigger, and everybody really believes in the same mission, which is really safeguarding our digital world.
Leadership and the folks that are in this organization are some of the smartest people in our industry, and some of the reasons why a lot of our clients today are with us. The people here are amazing. The people here are actually the reason why I came here. The culture, the team, and how it works together for each other rather than for themselves. It's a very unselfish culture. You're not going to find better people here than any other company I've ever been in my entire career.
For me, Bishop Fox was a career goal. It was my dream job, and honestly, there's a lot of days where I still can't believe that I get to do what I do, that I get to work with the people I work with. If you're somebody who's thinking about joining the company, if you're thinking about maybe I should go over to Bishop Fox, do it. It is a life-changing event, and it is, I've found my home.
A day in the life of Bishop Fox is never boring. I learn something new every single day. The people that I work with are amazing and are so intelligent and care so much about the security, not just at Bishop Fox, but for our clients, for our country, just the entire world, trying to do the right thing before the bad guys do. It's just a great place to work.
I think the thing that I love most about Bishop Fox is the people here. And it's amazing to work with really smart, funny, kind people. Everyone that I've worked with has been super open to sharing their knowledge, and that's why it's a really wonderful, fun place to work, a great place to grow. We value passion here over pedigree. It's not like you have to have a computer science degree from MIT to be a part of Bishop Fox. If you love what you do and you're great at what you do, then this is a place for you.
Hello, everyone. I am Alan Cecil, a security consultant at Bishop Fox, and I'm here at the RSA conference in San Francisco, California, with some really fun folks. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. We're here for a panel on cybersecurity CISOs on securing themselves. So with me today is...
Hi, David Hahn. Thank you for having me on board. I'm the CISO in residence with Ballistic Ventures. I'll kind of explain what that means as we go along, but basically I'm a recovering CISO, having done that, CDK Global, Silicon Valley Bank, Hearst, Intuit, so a lot of experience being an operator, so glad to be here.
Next up is?
Yeah, and thanks again for having me also. I'm James Nelson, I'm the VP of Information Security at Illumio, and I've been a CISO security leader at 3 security companies, so really interested to have this conversation.
Hi, and I'm Gavin Reed. I'm currently the CISO at Human Security. Previous to that, a CISO at Recorded Future, and then previous to that, worked at Cisco in the security team, so a lot of experience in this particular area.
Well, this would be a very fun panel talk because I have a funny feeling that you each have a unique perspective based on your backgrounds. What unique challenges do cybersecurity companies in particular have or face when it comes to securing, well, yourselves?
Sure. I'll start. So I'll look at it, like I said, I'm working in Ballistic Ventures, so a VC firm. So we have lots of security companies in our portfolio. So that's my experience. So most of them are early stage startups. So I will tell you that as they are security companies, security is not always the first thing they worry about, which is kind of ironic. Obviously, they're trying to build a product, they're trying to sell. Where it starts to make a difference is, are they just a software only kind of company? Are they doing hosting? Do they have any data? So you got to make sure to help them in terms of understanding. And so I spend a lot of time kind of doing that kind of informal risk assessment with them in terms of what is it that they're worried about. Most of our companies are software-based companies, but that is also a risk too, right? Which is in terms of securing your code base, right? And making sure that that's not. So you don't want to have a breach. You don't want to have a major problem. Certainly, it's going to be hard to try to sell yourself as a security company if you've got problems on yourself. So definitely, what I've been doing, spending a lot of time with the startups to really make sure that they don't have any issues.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think at a security company, it's great because you can get mind share, right? People are talking about security, so you can tap into that. But the challenge is that you have a lot of people with security opinions, and sometimes you have to try to work to focus that energy into actual security objectives to your program rather than just opinionated security, right?
Yeah, and I'll just add on to what the other panelists said and say that, like, as far as unique challenges go, honestly, it's the same. Like, I've worked on both sides, and we face very, very similar challenges. There's maybe a couple of areas that I see some differences, and one is, as you mentioned, we have a whole company of security champions, right? We have folks that understand security and like it and really get it. But then at the same time, we may potentially get more in target because of some of the activities that we do that would work directly against threat actors.
Yeah. So you feel that it's not that different from securing a different type of, like a normal, non-cybersecurity industry?
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting. So is being a CISO at a cybersecurity company easier or more difficult than the other industries would be? What do you think?
I mean, I'll add to what he said. Like, when you're surrounded by nothing but security people, like I said, there's lots of opinions, versus when you're at another company, sometimes you kind of feel like you're the only one. Hey, we're getting to that. No matter what, it's about enabling the business, right? So whether you're at a bank or whether you're at a security company, you have to have that mindset of how do I enable the business, but obviously at the same time secure it. So yeah, when you are formed with lots of opinions, it's just like any place, right? You got to get to very clarity in terms of responsibilities, who makes the decisions, how you get through that. At the same time, most of these, the ones I work with are startups, so you want to get that discussion going on, right? At least there is focus, there's attention, there's a lot of opinions to get through that, but at the end, whoever is responsible for that, you got to be very clear in terms of your strategy and what you need to get done. So I think from that standpoint, that there's probably a lot of discussion go on, but keep them focused, because at the end, you got to make sure it's secure.
Yeah, exactly. Your CEO has the same objective as every other CEO, which is to gain customers and grow the business, right? Now, it just happens to be it's a security business, and so that's an opportunity to have conversations about how your security strategy can support the goals of the business. But yeah, like David said, it's exactly the same as any other company. But you're a target, right? Like bad actors crave the access that you might have, like if you have a SaaS platform, if you run agents within your customers' environments, if you have access to their data, if you're protecting their environments and data, like that can put a bit of a target on you. And so you need to incorporate that into your strategy as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, you just need to practice what you preach.
So where I've seen it be easier is I can remember in, say, working in a non-security role, really having to twist the arm, really help the sort of C-level understand why we needed funding or what we were doing in a particular area, and that being a huge challenge. I'll tell you now in my current role, Tamer is our CEO, I just have to say, here's what we want to do, and he's like, okay, we're doing that, right? They're bought in, and so that, partially it's the time as well. People are a lot more sort of security conscious than they were, and then partially it's just because of the fact that they are a security company. They've seen the seamier side of it, right? So they really do understand the need. And then on the making it sort of harder side, I've had folks on my team that have had threats of violence to their house. I've had folks have gone on the criminal underground and posted bounties for hacking our site, and so these are the sort of things that if you're not a security company, you probably don't have to deal with and worry about maybe as much as we do, and those are hard.
That is really intense. It kind of leads me to the next question, which is, how does being in this business affect your own security strategy?
Yeah, I think, and I'll start on this one. One of the great things about working in security is that we have a sort of portfolio that we can use that's at our disposal, right? That working in a security company, if you have security products, you have direct access to the product teams. If you need a change, you can get that change done. You're like the first and best customer. So that I think is really, really helpful. The other thing that's super helpful is like for me, as well as owning security, I own the threat intelligence function. And so a lot of the work that we do looking into threat actors, attacks, that kind of supercharges our ability to protect ourselves against that. So we can kind of double dip. And a good example of that is, we're using a threat intelligence platform, and that's shared directly between my security team and the threat intelligence team that's creating first-party data and that has access to all kinds of really good threat intelligence from other third-party feeds. So we kind of get to double dip a little bit because everything that we do for security helps the company, and it also helps us help our customers.
Yeah, absolutely. Dogfooding is a fun part of being a CISO at a security company. And it can range from getting a really good discount on the product, obviously, all the way up to being able to influence product decisions and be part of the development process, right? The planning process. The other thing I would add to that is make friends with your business development team, your corporate development team, because they're creating partnerships with up-and-coming companies that align with your mission, that may get you access to tools and data, like Gavin was saying, that you may not otherwise have access to given the budget constraints that you've got, right? And so make use of that. And strategy, again, like we're probably all gonna say this again and again throughout this time, like whether or not you're a security company, it really still comes down to molding your security strategy in support of the company, right? And whether you're a CEO, your CTO, and other execs understand security well, they come from that background or they don't, like you have to translate your security strategy into something that's actionable by them, that they can understand and align with their own goals so that you can be successful as a company and as a security organization.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add to it in terms of, I think you have to have a key strategy, which is based to me around trust and transparency. Kind of looking at it from the other side of it as the CISO, I'm constantly beating up the vendors in terms of assessment, I want to do a pen test, I want to do a code review. So you know that there's a glut that they really want to understand that. So one, you should be prepared. Don't be surprised that your customers or your prospects are demanding all these things, because there's clearly a huge third-party risk that we're worried about SolarWinds. When you hear about, was it LastPass? You see there are definitely IT and security companies who are having problems. So how do you get through that? You can't just say, trust me, right? You got to prove your trust, right, to be able to do that. And to some degree, I should know exactly the type of questions they're asking me, because I've been there, right? So be prepared for that, right? And but at the same time, what I mean by transparency is, no, I don't have a method of stopping 0 days. You don't know, right. But here's how I respond to it, right? And so there is a way that you could say, because again, you got to look at it in terms of layers of controls. Again, this is the way that CISO is going to be looking at it. So you might as well be able to form your strategy in your response to that. And I also don't believe in trying to answer every single security questionnaire that they send you. Is like, okay, can you fill out the thing? Because you know what all the questions are. I rather provide more information that they ask for. Right? Because, hey, we followed this framework, control base, here's going through. Even if they don't ask for it, we're going to provide that. Because I think the more you can move toward transparency to say, I'm going to pretty much tell you everything that we do know, here's where we have some issues, here's what we're working on, I think that goes a long way, because I think they do understand that security is not a perfect world, and they certainly don't, no security vendor will ever be perfect. But you could say, here's how I respond to it. Here's how I deal with it, so that if there is a problem, we're going to minimize, we control. Guess what? As a CISO, that's exactly what I'm saying to my board as well. I'm never going to guarantee that this, but here's how we're going to manage it, and here's how we reduce the risk as much as we can.
Yeah, you definitely can't guarantee. There's no way to guarantee. So that does lead me to my next question very firmly into, how are you staying ahead of emerging threats and new attack vectors that are popping up all the time?
Yeah, I'll start again. And owning both threat intelligence and security is a huge boon for this, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're following up, we're keeping up, for all of our hundreds of customers, and then we can take that information and use it directly to protect our own organization. So being able to double dip in that way, also we may find things on the security side that helps, us protect our customers better too. So it's, I think one of the things that we're really lucky for being in a security company that looks into threat intelligence, that creates its own threat intelligence, that we sort of have to be. This is part of our daily bread and butter. So this isn't something that's an add-on, or it's not something that we buy. It's like in our DNA of how our company works. And so that makes it very translatable to protecting the organization.
I just go to ChatGPT and I ask, hey, what's the latest threats and what should I do? It'll just tell me everything, right? I mean, I think we're almost getting to that point where, you do need to, reach out, get other sources. So I'll kind of break it down a couple. So if you are, let's say, a SaaS provider, you have an opportunity, because your existing customer base that's out there, without, infringing on privacy and their data, that you can kind of get a sense of what's going on, right, with that. And so the more you have, the greater scale, the more information. And then that's how you can help your customers as well, because to leverage and benefit from other customers, right? Because you need an ecosystem. We all need to help each other, right? And the more you can provide that, and it's not a matter of like, well, why is that happening? Well, I don't know why it's happening, but this is what's happening. Here's what the pattern seems to be. So that's where you want to tap into lots of kind of alerting at different times. But to sometimes it's a little noisy. When I was in the banking industry, the FS-ISAC, which is probably one of the biggest in the banking industry, every day there's thousands of alerts that they're telling you. That's too much, right? So you got to be able to narrow it down to exactly what's the most important things that are going on and find that. So I think from the standpoint that a security vendor, you could be in an advantage to provide something of value back to your customers if you can connect it to a wider ecosystem.
So something that improves the signal to noise ratio.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and the community aspect is so important. I mean, you kind of touched on that, but making sure that you build, it's a small community, like CISOs and security community in general is very small, despite the 60,000 people that we've got at RSA. It really is actually a very small community, and we all are facing similar challenges, new and evolving challenges, and participating in that community in an ongoing fashion, I think helps us together identify and socialize what those new trends are, so that we can get ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely. So, next question is, how do cybersecurity companies balance the need for security with the need for innovation and agility? In other words, what strategies have you found effective in managing the balance between those?
I can go first. So number one, surprise avoidance is key, right? So you want to make sure that you're not surprised by what the business is doing. You want to make sure that the business isn't surprised by the security outcomes, the risk outcomes of what they're doing, right? So building that model of trust and awareness, I think, is super important so that they can be agile and not shoot themselves in the foot, right? The other is go build strong trust-based relationships with the people who need the agility the most. And if you can, give them some leeway to be able to take some risks, right? Because quantified risk isn't actually that bad. It's the uncertainty you want to kind of avoid. And so give them the ability to do the right thing. If they're invested in that, if they're willing to be held accountable, give them some room, right?
I mean, I'll kind of add a little more. So one of the things I caution the portfolio companies is don't jump on the bandwagon of the latest things you heard at RSA, right? Oh, my thing's now got AI and ML and da-da-da-da and stuff like that, especially for a startup, because you cannot spread yourself out too much, right? Stay focused, what your mission is, and then stay focused with your customers. What do they need, right? Kind of, make sure you get to that. And so if it's on automation, what are you doing to helping them with the automation? So the innovative things, those are all cool and interesting and whatnot, but especially for smarter, cybersecurity companies, stay focused on your customers in terms of what is it that's going to work, and again, ultimately it's helping them versus, well, this will help them 5 years from now. Okay, you may not be around, to go to that long. So make sure that you are providing a solution at the end of the day and not a product, because if you keep trying to sell products and keep adding more products to it, it's just going to be a cafeteria. At some point, you're not needed. Make sure you're providing a solution and it's of value to them. And then those types of solutions that are successful will go with the trend in terms of where things are coming.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just sort of double down on what a couple of the panelists here have said. This is especially a hard balance for startups, right? If you were a new startup and you spend all of your money making the best security platform in the world and none of it on product, you may find that you have no customers for that product and no product to sell to those customers. So there's a balance, right? There's a time when you do need to innovate, you do need to take risks, and you may need to start incurring some technical debt that down the road, as your company or idea catches on, you'll have the ability to be able to do that. But if you did not have the funding and the sort of product to support that, you wouldn't get anywhere to start with. So I think it's super important as a CISO to be able to not be an oracle of the best security truths ever, but to really help your company navigate that sort of business risk and business drivers in a way that's most advantageous for their growth.
Sounds like it. I appreciate that perspective. So how do you guys manage third-party vendors and partners? How do you manage them in the sense of their security? In other words, how do you handle it when a vendor comes in? How do you handle their security?
I'll start on this one because we were in fact discussing it before the, and I was making sure that we didn't have any third-party risk vendors as part of the panel. But I think we've I'm not a big believer in some of what we're doing from an audit perspective today. So we have these sort of paper trails where one vendor will ask the other vendor, have you patched for X, and if not, when and why? And it's like really not increasing the security of anyone. It's just kind of wasting a lot of people's time and effort, and creating a sort of paper trail that helps either diffuse or maybe move the risk from one area to the other without actually making the security any better. So when you're engaging with the third party, you're expecting them to have basics. You're expecting them to have electricity, internet, storage, and you're expecting them to have security. So part of that original engagement with your vendor, you should be comfortable with the level of security that they have, right? You should, if you're going to move important or sensitive data into this third party or have them process it, you should be comfortable that they can kind of get it. So a big part of this is your initial audit and sort of risk assessment of that company on engagement. And then there's got to be some check-ins, right? You do need the ability to know if something changes dramatically for them, if they get hacked, or if they have a big problem, so that you can have that sort of nuanced discussion about, well, what happened to my data during all of this. So, I think we've created this sort of weird setup where we have these companies that are supposedly managing, vulnerability management of these third parties and then their third parties, and it's a Chinese sort of trail of communication that just does not work.
I mean, I'll add to that. I think we need to help them be better, right? So maybe a way to put it in a more positive note. And the way to do that is they shouldn't just kind of arbitrarily come up with these questions and like why, things like that, and the accountability is not there. I think there should be something tied to standards. We clearly have it in the industry, right? So it's not like it doesn't exist. So whether you're following NIST or ISO, and then I think it should be tied to certain industries where they have very specific. If you're in healthcare, obviously you have to understand HIPAA and I have to get what's going on there. If you're financials and FSISAC, so I think there are places there where these so-called vendors can align themselves to that so that it's more driven by the industry in terms of the expectations on that. So if I'm selling to a financial service, I should be very clear in terms of what to expect, right? And my expectation, but it's based on not some vendor who came up with some things and they're getting paid, whatever those things are driven by. So I think the more that there is a kind of a group or industry, movement toward what it is that they need, I can live with it, right? Because then I can see that there's a reason, okay, this is what's important to them, and as a vendor, I need to provide that, to help them with it. But yeah, if it's some, I don't know who they are, I don't know what they came up with it, or I don't know why I got this score, and why do I have to pay them to do, it starts to get a little weird with that to the point there. So, but I think there is a place to get them to be better, and I think we can all help them do that.
I think in a practical sense, from a practical standpoint, what we do is basically a three-stage approach. Number one, make sure that the vendor does the basics. Ask them, do you have a SOC 2? This typical stuff, like do you do pen tests? Do you have a security leader? Second, make sure that they're contractually obligated to do the right thing, right? To do all those things, right? So you have some remedies. Third, understand what data they have access to and where that data is going to go, because that is your blast radius if they do get breached, right? And then there's like a few other ones, like privacy, obviously you want to understand. And then actually a friend of mine mentioned that he was looking at impact to the BCP, right, to the business continuity plan. Like, does this vendor, does it need to be incorporated into the BCP, right? So there's a lot of different factors, but from a practical standpoint, like those are the three things that we look at, and we rinse and repeat each year, right?
Yeah, it is a rinse and repeat each year.
I'd just like to double down on, we don't tell people how to manage their storage, right? We're paying them to manage their storage, right? That's why why we have to help them fix their security. This should be part and parcel of just being, their due diligence and being a good customer. I realize that's maybe a more perfect world than we live in today, but yeah.
You said something that's going to cause me to go a little bit off of script, but I think you'll appreciate this question. You compared the need for security to the same basic need as having water and electricity.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in the industry with acceptance that security is at that same level as water and internet access?
I think what we're seeing is it's all over the map, right? If you go down, down the hill here a bit and see the 60,000 people and the tens of thousands of security vendors, we obviously have not gotten that ratio correct yet. So I do feel that there's a lot of folks that think that security is a bolt-on or an add-on that they can buy from someone, not sort of part of the DNA of how their company operates. And that's what we're moving towards. There are a lot of smart companies that do exactly that, and there's a long trail of people that do very little.
Well, I'll add to it. Not to get political, but the White House has come up with the cybersecurity strategy, and it's out for draft. And one of the provisions in there is to make software vendors accountable, for bad security or not enough. Now, so it's not those who kind of are writing security, but software. So obviously operating system people and data. So I think that's a start, right, to get through it. Which is if you're writing this or building this platform, operating system, blah blah blah. That why is it secure to begin with? Why is it that every week we have to constantly patch security vulnerability? It's like, that doesn't make sense. Like, okay, when I drive my car, it's like, you don't get a recall every week, right? That you would be concerned. So, the software should definitely be more resilient. And so I think, that's the start of putting some teeth into it. And so, you know what? Maybe you don't release that whatever piece of software because it's not ready. right? Yeah, why release it if you know there's going to be a whole bunch of vulnerabilities? So I think that's a way to move us down that path, to say, if you're going to ship that thing, you better make sure that it's secure to start with, right? Because if you keep doing it, there's going to be repercussions to that. And you know what? I think that's a start, to definitely start making people more accountable.
I like to think of it from a public health standpoint, right? Like as an analogy, because yes, like running water is important and electricity from a public health standpoint, but there's a bigger picture which is both led from policy, but also the practices of the individuals, right? I think we as the security industry need to make sure that everybody is practicing good security practices, right? Zero trust is one example of this, right? It's a little bit difficult sometimes to talk about because it's literally a way of life. It's not a one solution or one technology. It is more like public health than it is actually technology.
No vendor can come in and make zero security.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that we have to do a better job of helping people understand the favorability, like the benefit of security, and how important it is for them to apply it, for everybody to apply it in their own practices, right?
Well, my next question is, what role does transparency play in how you approach customer security?
I mean, I brought it up because it's always been part of my strategy to do that. Again, this notion, because if anybody says we got all your security things covered, I know they're lying, right? So, it's kind of starting. So you might as well start with, here's what I know, here's what I don't know, here's what I'm working on, right? So you kind of have to get to that. You're dealing with a professional on the other side who understands security just as much as you do. So you know what? Be direct, be honest, be open, be transparent, talk about, what's there. They should know it as well, right? So, given that, you got to build that trust, and the only way to do it is through transparency, right? To be able to provide that. So I think the cornerstone of any kind of security company has to be that. If you can't build that, why are you in the security business, right? So from my standpoint, I think it's utmost important, and so I think it covers everything, including the salespeople, right? You got to tell them, look, be transparent about it. Don't go around saying things that really are not true. So really build that trust with the other person, and then I think that you can start working your way toward, here's the overall strategy, here's how the product works, as they're going through it, here's how it may fit into your environment.
Sometimes in a security company, you can run into a challenge of some potential crossover between selling the security platform or product and having security oversight, right? Like those are two completely different concepts and functions within a company. But when you're a security company and you're a security leader at a security company, like both internally and potentially externally, those lines can be blurred. And so you have to be, like David said, authenticity, transparency is super important, and being able to send signals to the customer or to the prospects that you are playing your role of oversight in security for the company and not just a spokespiece, right, for the security business, right?
I would say security leaders, security companies should be wearing their SBOMs on their sleeve, their software bill of materials. Security can be a differentiator, right? And so instead of, like you mentioned, answering these security RFIs where we have these companies that pull these 500 questionnaires like pulling teeth, we should have a lot of that stuff published on our website showing how we care about security and how we do security as a key differentiator for doing business with us. So we want to be that vendor that takes care of security. So people know that, well, whatever platform we're offering, at the same time, whatever data that they have with us is going to remain secure, and we should be extremely transparent. There's no reason that we need to hide that at all.
Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end of our time, but was there any other topics that you wanted to quickly touch on before we wrapped up?
If you're in trouble, call Bishop Fox. They'll take care of you.
Well, thank you for the plug.
Before you get into trouble, hopefully.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We have a number of amazing guests coming up, so stay tuned with the live stream, and we'll see you again in a little bit. Thank you again to all three of you for being here. Really appreciate it. It's been great.
Our pleasure.
See you in a little bit.
Thanks for having us.
Bye, everybody.
Yep.
para personas de mí que no conozco todavía. Soy gerente general de Bishop Fox para esta expansión de proyecto en México. Lo creo en México. This started as a classroom assignment for me. I did this as homework. I started to research Mexico because I had a teacher who believed in Mexico. And my first visit, I met Sideco, I met Tec de Monterrey. We met with some of the chambers and some of the NGOs like Ayarti and Tiniti. And looking at the cooperation in the city, I saw that when you work together for something, you can create bigger things than you can do by yourself. And I believe that that's an important aspect of being in Guadalajara, and I think it's why I believe that this is the right city for us. And I'm very excited to share that with everyone, basically. Yeah, I guess with that, I just wanted to say thank you. Of course, this type of project doesn't exist without a lot of cooperation. And it's with her support that we were able to do so much to support this and get this in. So with that, bienvenidos a nuestra oficina en Guadalajara.
Hello everyone, I am Alan Cecil. I'm a senior security consultant here at Bishop Fox, and we are here at the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. With me today is...
I'm Tom Eston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos, also at Bishop Fox.
I am extremely happy to have Tanisha with us today. Tanisha, I really have been looking forward to this since I first saw you were going to be on the schedule. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and a little bit more about what you've done with your organization.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to be here. I'm Tanisha Martin. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Black Girls Hack. We are a nonprofit that is set up out of Virginia, but we operate worldwide to help get people into cybersecurity. Our ultimate goal is to get people more jobs. We want to increase diversity so that we can see more people in careers like ethical hacking and penetration testing. But our organization is literally for anybody, regardless of what you're trying to do within cybersecurity. You don't have to be a girl, you don't have to be black. It's open for all. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm really, just trying to see more people the others, the women of the industry, the, minorities in the industry, which has largely been, very homogenous. So I'm very excited about the work that we're doing to try to make this a better, more inviting industry for everyone else.
This might be a slightly personal question, but what inspired you to do this?
I was actually trying to get into cybersecurity for very many years, and I was interviewing, and I was not having any luck whatsoever. I have a lot of education. I've got a lot of work experience, but when I was applying for jobs specifically for like penetration testing, things of that nature, they're like, well, we want to see your hands-on experience. We want to see certifications. We want to see, all of these things. And, despite the fact that I had a pretty solid background, I was having a hard time. And I realized that there were people out there that probably have, like less degrees than me, less certifications, less all of the things that would also be having a hard time as well. So I figured like I would use my experience and, my fails to, kind of help expedite the folks that were coming behind me, so that their path would be a little bit easier to make it into the industry, kind of like have them learn from my lessons.
This is a little bit off script, but what allowed you to get past all of those challenges and get in the first door?
So there's an organization called Share the Mic in Cyber, and they basically, I think 2 days a year run a campaign where they partner Black cybersecurity practitioners with allies who are currently in the industry, and we basically take over their social media platforms. So I partnered with a couple of amazing folks, and they have a distribution list afterwards, and they sent out, and Matthew Braun actually, he was formerly of NCC Group. He actually hired me for my first pen testing job, and basically took a chance on me and took me under his wing, and that was absolutely amazing. And that helped me to get in and get experienced, and I was able to learn mobile penetration testing, network penetration, web app penetration testing, and since then I've gotten a couple certifications and I've continued to learn and grow. But it was really him taking a chance, and then Share the Mic in Cyber for just existing and providing a space to saying hey, we have jobs, we're looking for more diverse candidates, and they're sharing those through their network so that the folks who are looking for positions will be able to find some. So I think just having a community has been a really big differentiator in my life, because previously I was like, I'm going to out certify, I'm going to out educate, I'm going to never have anybody question that I deserve to be in the room. But I wasn't using people, I wasn't using network. I thought I could go about it all by myself. And I think the biggest takeaway that I have for people when I talk to them, folks that I mentor, is that you can't do it by yourself. As much as you want to, you cannot operate in a silo out here. You really need to, use your network because, most jobs, most opportunities, most things are, through word of mouth. Jobs are had before, they ever hit a job board or a newspaper or, whatever. So, I think the people aspect, the network community, I call it a squad within BGH, I think is the most important aspect.
Yeah, completely agree. It's always, not what you know, but who you know.
Absolutely.
Oftentimes. And what you said before about, people giving you a chance to, get into the career. And, I had leaders myself that gave me a chance. And I think that's so important for all of us as leaders to give people chances, even if they don't have the experience that we're looking for. I just think that's so important. Thinking back about your academic background and your experience, you said obviously you've had multiple degrees, multiple universities at Carnegie Mellon and Johns Hopkins. Thinking back on your education, how has that helped you in your career and in leadership, and specifically in cybersecurity?
My thought was that by going to Carnegie Mellon, going to Johns Hopkins, that no one would ever question like my ability to be able to problem solve, to be able to get thrown somewhere where you're completely like out of your depth and then be able to survive and thrive, right? But like I said, there are so many other things about the cybersecurity industry that are different. They want to see that you've got like hands-on experience, not just in the industry, not just working experience or consulting experience even, but they want to see that you've got, experience doing, the actual things, right? So, I think that what it's done for me is it's provided me with the technical, I think foundation in terms of computer engineering and programming and, in order to be able to move forward. But I think more importantly, it's just taught me to, problem solve and, get used to feeling uncomfortable. Because I'm from Washington, D.C. originally, and, I did not have the preparation, I think, to be able to, thrive. Statistically, I probably shouldn't be where I'm at today. But I think that, being able to make it through those, I could literally be thrown into anywhere at this point, and I think I'd be able to be fine, just based off of the preparation that I got, just getting through, those degrees.
I can believe it. That's not an easy feat. So how do you see the cybersecurity industry evolving in the next few years, and what impact do you think that diversity will have on the industry as a whole?
I think how I wanted to evolve is probably not the same as what's going to happen. I see that, there's been a lot of, like we need to have more diversity. We need to see more women, more people of color in the industry. And I think that, individually folks say that, but the way that the industry moves is a little bit, different and more slow in terms of actually getting towards that. We're at RSA, and, I absolutely love that they've, attempted to, have more of a edge towards diversity and trying to make sure that they've got more people of color here. There's more people who normally wouldn't be able to, fly out to San Francisco to make this happen, right? So I absolutely love that, but I would want to see more of that for other conferences, throughout the world, so that, there's a greater emphasis of, not just diversity in terms of who's attending, but in terms of who's presenting, who's, talking about their research, who's, at the talks, who's giving keynotes, things of that nature. I think that in order for us to be competitive in a world scale, we're going to have to see more diversity of thought, right? The adversaries are not homogenous. They're not, stagnant, and they're ever changing. And I think that we need to keep up at that same speed. And for us to do that, we've kind of got to get rid of the old guard opinion that, I want to hire people who look like me, or I want to, I'm more comfortable around people who look like me, or they're better at, pen testing or hacking or all of the things, right? What the hacking workforce looked like 10 years ago is not the same as what it looks like today.
Certainly nothing like what it's portrayed like in the movies.
Absolutely. You really don't see, in mainstream, media, especially black female hackers out there. I literally had some folks like run up to me like on the street in front of the main RSA, and they're like, "Oh my God, I follow you online," and I'm like, "I'm just, me," but they're like so excited, and just even in my small space in the world, for people to think that I'm a big deal because they see me, I'm a black woman, I'm a hacker, and they're like, hey, this is something that's possible for me. And I think being able to see it, the representation definitely matters. So it's important that, the industry continue to evolve and continue to allow all of the others, the fringe groups, to be able to not just be able to enter the industry, but I think be able to, stay and thrive and feel supported.
Yeah. So I know that you're doing some collaboration with the Diana Initiative, which is also an amazing conference, by the way, in Las Vegas. Hopefully people can attend that this year. So there's something called the Hacker Summer Camp Scholarship Program. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we actually, as an organization, first went to Hacker Summer Camp 2 years ago, and it was an amazing experience for us. It was the first time for many of us, and people joke that the women's bathroom was always never a line, and the men's bathroom is always ridiculous when you go to those. And we're like, our plan is to make sure that the women's bathroom is always packed, right? So my first year there, I said, I'm going to start my own village. I'm going to come, next year. And we did that. The next year we went to Hacker Summer Camp. We had Girls Hack Village, which was at DEF CON at the time. And it was an amazing event. We had thousands of people come through and just see women researchers, see women hackers, to do hands-on workshops, things of that nature. So our goal each year is to bring these scholarship folks to basically reduce the financial barriers to entry for them to be able to attend the conferences, so that they can experience the research, experience the training, meet the people. Because again, I think the people is the biggest part. That's the reason why we're doing what we do, is because we want to provide a community, and we want them also to be able to see what's possible out there. So we've partnered with the Diana Initiative to repeat. Last year we brought 23 scholarship winners to Hacker Summer Camp, and we said, hey, we're going to do that again this year. So we partnered with Diana Initiative to bring 20 underrepresented people to Hacker Summer Camp, to be able to fly out there, buses or trains, whatever it is, to get out there, to be able to attend Black Hat and DEF CON and Diana Initiative. And we're actually going to have our own conference this year at Hacker Summer Camp, so that's exciting. So that you can see not just the different types of research and technologies and things and tools that are out there, but they can also just be a part of the experience and meet people who will probably be a part of their career for years to come, because I think a lot of great things come from just collaborations and conversations about hey, what's a better way for us to do this? Wouldn't it be great if we had a tool that did this thing for us to make this part of pen testing or whatever it is easier? So, and I think that happens by being there. So, we're raising funds. We're trying to raise $3,000 for each of those 20 folks, which is $60,000, and we've raised $27,000 so far. So we're almost halfway there. So that's exciting. And if we are able to raise more money, we're going to bring more people, because again, I think there's so much value in just being able to be there and being a part of the experience.
Oh, wow. Outside of that, is there anything else that people can do to support Black Girls Hack's mission? That is kind of a mouthful. You referred to it as BGH. Is there anything else that people can do to support that and get involved?
Absolutely. So our organization is open to all. You don't have to be Black. You don't have to be a girl. So we have men. We call it a multiverse, but there's basically open to everybody to come out and hack with us. We have weekly hands-on workshops to provide those hands-on skills and to help you to get projects in order to get jobs. We do resume reviews and mentoring, and that's open to all. All of that's available on our website, which is blackgirlshack.org. We also have workshops, like I said, that are on Meetup that people can sign up and come to. And like I said, you don't have to be Black or a girl. I have so many men who DM me on Meetup and say, hey, I'm a cis white male, can I come? And I'm like, I'm not sure what any of that has to do with hacking, but yes, you can definitely come. We're also looking for sponsors for the scholarship program to bring the folks over to the conference, for our conference itself, so that we can be able to have women be able to talk about their experience, and volunteers, mentors, things of that nature. So if you are a company and you're interested in coming and talking about what you do at your company and how what type of people you're hiring, those are the types of opportunities we're looking for, so that people can see what type of jobs that are out there, because to be able to see it is to be able to aspire to it, I think, and that's really important.
Well, Tanisha, you're a real girl boss. I'm real glad that you're here. We're going to wrap up on this one, but we have some amazing guests following up. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for joining us today. We'll be right back after a little bit of a break.
Thank you for having me.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Vinny Liu, I'm the CEO at Bishop Fox, and I have the pleasure today of spending time with my founder friends, Rita, Ganesh, and Kyle. You know, I think this conversation is really going to be an extension of what we were just doing in the waiting area, which is just talking shop about our journey and the pros and cons, the do's and don'ts, the ups and downs of founder life, which, you know, as we have this conversation, we all have a mutual friend that recently left the investing world and decided that he wanted to try his hand at the startup life. And so in a lot of ways, this is in tribute to him as he begins his own journey and rides the roller coaster that it is. So maybe what we'll do to start is, Rita, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, kind of your company, your title, where you're coming from, and we'll do that real quick, and then we'll dive right into questions.
Awesome. Thank you for having me, of course. Rita Gurvich, founder, CEO of a company called Sphere, and we are defining identity hygiene. So we are helping companies discover, remediate, and add sustainability to these processes and making sure identities stay clean. Been doing it for 13 years, so I have all sorts of bruises and bumps and war stories to share.
Yeah, right on. Ganesh.
Yes, thank you for having me here. I'm Ganesh Pai, founder and CEO of a Boston-based venture called as Uptics. We, of course, are fellow co-founders here, being a part of the ForgePoint portfolio company. Uptics is in the business of providing visibility. We, of course, do all the Gartner acronym soup. It goes by Cloud Native Application Protection Platform and XDR. But what we specialize in the journey of the software from the laptop to the cloud. We provide visibility such that large organizations especially can get a really good perspective into what's really happening so that they can discover, audit, and secure their assets. You know, being a founder and having led this venture with the front row seat for the last 7 years, happy to share my stories out here today.
Kyle.
I'm Kyle Hansloven, CEO at Huntress. We specialize on delivering security, specifically managed security on the endpoint and identity side, to companies that fall below kind of the enterprise poverty line. So think of your 2,500 employee companies all the way down to the 10-person company, and do that quite well. So appreciate you having me.
Yeah. I mean, I want to start, because this is something that Rita and Ganesh and I are like, you do what? Who are you selling to? Like, can you double click on that a little bit more? Because this is something that I think is actually really interesting to founders who are thinking about getting into the space. Because by and large, we were all just dishing about this as well. But like when you talk to investors, they're like, what's your market that you're going after? And overwhelmingly, investors are saying, we want you to go after the enterprise market. And if you're not already there, they're going to try and push you there. So can you talk about that a little bit more? Because the way that you've had to build your business is very different. And I'm really curious about what are the things that you were like, I'm really glad I did this in building this business, and some of the just...
We can be transparent here, right? Like
you can like, as if we were just...
Of course, just talking with our friends. Right, I think of the first guidance I was ever given by a marketer, and they said, don't ever build a product that doesn't fit inside a magic quadrant. And that's kind of very similar to like maybe breaking into like the type of market that you can, you know, don't immediately identify with investors. That's a hard decision. It's a lot like going after somewhere that doesn't have a quadrant. So when we decided, we knew that there was businesses that needed to be served. Mm-hmm. But it turns out VC weren't overly happy. Like we would...
Are you in a magic quadrant today?
Maybe for the enterprise-ish, but the SMB doesn't even know what a magic quadrant, they don't pay Gartner. Right. They don't even know what this is. And so in hindsight, I had no clue that I was doing the equivalent of, I was a founder that wanted to change the world, right? The things that you want to do, but nobody like warns you of like, oh, you're not going to be the cool kid on the block. And that's taken us, you know, I'm a 7-year journey, almost 8 years of this, and it took us probably 5.5 to get even like recognition of what we were doing was important. Let alone being able to attract, you know, capital from all the right places.
So you are one of the few companies that instead of just saying they're democratizing security is actually reaching the people who are...
Yeah, we have like 110,000 small mid-sized businesses. And once you get to those numbers, people believe you. I don't know if your all journey was similar, but it's always been like, show me the proof first, then I'll believe you. Mm-hmm. I didn't have that. And so for us, maybe for the founders or those that are considering being founders, I'd think that through if you want to go and make big differences. Maybe you land somewhere that's a little easier to land initially and then pivot or grow.
Was it conviction or was it ignorance
Yes. Is that an okay?
That's a good
It was
question.
conviction.
I mean, look, I'll share my own bit here, which is, I didn't know any better. You know, like I was pretty young when we started Bishop Fox, and I will tell you, if I had known what I know now, I probably would not have made that decision. I would have been like, wait, what? It's brutal, right? And against all odds, you wind up. I mean, again, I think we were chatting about this, but like we're all B round or later. Right. In terms of investment, like the number of companies that make it that far, that make it as like 13 years.
10 years bootstrapped.
10 years bootstrapped.
I had no idea about this world for a long time.
What other, so Ganesh, Rita, what were the other conventions that you felt like you maybe just ignored out of conviction or ignorance? And
I'd say mostly I want to characterize it to a great extent as ignorance, especially about Gartner and the Magic Quadrant. Being, all the acronyms. All the acronyms. And I'd say in some ways, in hindsight, ignorance is to your own peril, in hindsight, I would say, because I do think that they have a role to play. But being very engineering centric, and if I were to characterize my own background, engineer by training, a technologist by vocation, and an entrepreneur by choice. All that means is when I've been on the edge of an opportunity, jumped first and prayed real hard to find sure. But I've been fortunate to be in the company of the right people at the right time, right? Yeah. So the implication of that was we knew innately that we can do something to get our customers excited. Now, along the way, did it mean that we take an approach first where you build the brand such that, when the timing is right, that these analysts and all play an important role? That was the part of ignorance and the lessons learned, right?
Yeah.
That when initial wins come easy, you just think, oh, you're going to be doing it for the rest of your life, and then that falls to the side. So that's one lesson that I can share.
So you live in a world where knowing where you fall in the Magic Quadrant makes a meaningful difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Kyle, you live in a world where you
just wish they knew there was a Magic Quadrant.
Yeah.
It might be a blessing they don't.
Right. Now, Rita?
I actually have the same but the exact opposite story as Kyle. I came from financial services, and when I started Sphere, I targeted financial services. And honestly, pure ignorance, I just knew that space well. And what I learned over 10 years of bootstrapped, when I was now starting to think about, becoming more transactional and going more down market or cross vertical, I had to figure out how do I use those lessons that I learned at the, big mega banks, and how do I apply that to all these other areas that now finally, are ready and have an interest in what we do and who we are. But it's the same problem, even though it's the inverse problem. Like going after a new market in general seems like such an easy thing to say, and all your investors want you to do it. But in practice, the execution has to be incredibly precise, and first impressions matter, and you have to treat these new markets that you're targeting as the first impression is everything, and you have to be prepared.
Okay, you sell to enterprise, like in fact, financial services, enterprise level customers. First impression matters. You talked about execution. Ganesh, Kyle, do you guys feel the same level of pressure? Because I'm assuming deal sizes in enterprise organizations considerably larger. Kyle, though,
mine are like low touch, high velocity. So you still have to impress. It's kind of like the elevator pitch, but not just for like raising capital. It's the elevator pitch for every company, and that might be as good as you get. I mean, if you think of a 20-person company, how much time can you really put into a deal for 20 persons and it not go into the negative on cost of acquisition? I also didn't know these things that I wish I would have known in hindsight, because I did a lot of these wrong. I think I'm still paying off some of our early deals where the amount of time I put in 5 years ago is still being recognized. So.
I mean, a lot of mistakes along the way. I mean, countless. And I look back with regret, and I mean, like I look back every week with some form of like, oh, I could have made a better call there, right? But you try to make more good decisions than bad, and you make it this far.
Yeah, and you have to figure out when to cut the cord. So, when we were bootstrapped, I had no choice but to cut the cord, because you could very quickly run out of money. And we also built a product while we were bootstrapped. So we leveraged the services revenue to essentially fund building our product. And now I'm grateful for that experience, and I know how to be capital efficient, and that's the buzzword of I guess the year, and who knows for how much longer. But yeah, it is very, very, very interesting what we have to go through and how you have to think about these problems. And you have to take risks. We all know that, right? You have to try new things, but you have to know when to stop, when it's just not going to work. Leave your ego at the door and just admit failure and move on.
Anybody else here have like mass, like had to fire customers because they just didn't work right, or did you get it right?
No, I think we have the opposite of what you said, right? High touch and low velocity. Yours was low touch and high velocity. I'll characterize it as very different. Of course, we all, being in the enterprise space at least, I don't know, I'm assuming we are in a similar customer segment, trying to impart more velocity and logo acquisition, because those are the terms which are very endearing as you start going out and raising more venture capital. But the challenges that poses is that you talked about your customer count. That's somewhat equivalent to our ASP, given our customer count is like a small fraction of probably what you have.
It sounds good on paper, but
it's got its inverse challenges. If you do really well, and to your point about execution, you have the nice option that churn can be very low. And then if you really do well with them, especially for us, we've had the good fortune that numbers which matter, like net dollar retention on a year-over-year basis, you have the good fortune of doing that. But the problem and the heartburn and the challenge it poses is that if it's more densely packed because the number of customers is low, each one, if they would decide to change their orientation direction, the implications to your churn could be really quick. And that gives you pause and consideration of various kinds, and it plays into your psyche as to what do you do next. On one hand, you want to start addressing all of the things and start going after a much larger customer base, but you want to make sure that these giant customers you've landed, you're really going to keep them happy, and they're very demanding to begin with. They don't simply give you a large check and walk away.
Especially in the early days, you probably felt like you're one deal away from major celebration or pure catastrophe. I'm going home and eating 20 bags of Doritos.
And those two events could be separated by 1 hour. You could have major success, and then 1 hour later you are heartbroken.
Exactly. That's par for the course. You're 100% right.
I'm curious, before you all started your companies, had you, I mean, for me, one of the things that I had to really learn over my own journey was managing people. So I'm kind of curious, because everyone always talks about the founder journey, but I'm just curious, how has your own evolution been in terms of team building, management of those teams, and any just knowledge nuggets that you want to drop on folks, from your own. Everybody comes at it from a different place and generally has to figure out their way that they like to manage. And so I always like to understand from other leaders, what is your style, and what have you found works really well, and what have you had to overcome as a personal leadership growth area?
I'll start with that. So, I learned a lot about hiring and recruiting and all of that, but I think the way I approach it now is, during the interview process, I'm just myself. I don't follow a script. I say things wrong, I get very animated, I lean in, sometimes I'm way too loud and I overshare. But I want these folks, especially if they're coming into leadership positions at the company, to really kind of live, breathe, feel the culture. And that doesn't mean everyone has to be exactly the same, but they have to appreciate what the heck we're doing and the pace at which we're doing it at. And if you don't kind of exude those values of just high energy, passion, enthusiasm, you probably have a less likelihood of being successful at a company like ours. Right? So that's how I've approached it. Just be very transparent. Tell the leaders that you're bringing on, what you're looking for, who you are, and encourage them to spread that gospel down to their teams. And we tell everybody at the company, you are a brand ambassador all the time, 24/7. And when you sell to the enterprise market, I think that's very important. People like to partner with companies that they like, that they work well with. And so everybody at the company plays a role in that. So we take a very full frontal approach to how we hire and how we get people ready to go into the wild as an ambassador of the company.
Ganesh, Kyle, curious if you guys have any.
I would double down. We appreciate radical transparency at our company. That means if I'm interviewing an ELT member, executive leadership team member, I'm almost always dropping like a half dozen F-bombs to see if I make them uncomfortable. Not aggressive, but just the passion, the excitement, the different ways that you could leverage that. And it's nothing about it. I'm not trying to razz them or get them uncomfortable, but you can't put on one persona, right? And then expect somebody to show up differently. And I think most of the entrepreneurs I know and fellow founders that I know that haven't made it to all of our stages, right, haven't made it to growth stage, it's almost always they burnt themselves out because they couldn't delegate, or they couldn't hire well enough, or they couldn't tell their story well enough. All those things that kill you had very little to do sometimes with actual product. Many times it had to do with the leaders, sales, and things of that nature. So I try to get that up and out front right away, because those are kind of things that probably actually burn me out. So I would head nod to everything you said.
Yeah.
I can share a couple of additional thoughts. Transparency for sure, but if I were to pick a more distinct word, I would say directness, trying to get to the point sooner. And you have to have that inflection point in the relationship with your leadership team, such that they know that of course you're going to be transparent, but you're probably going to use the fewest amount of words and directly state that whether you like it, dislike it, or what needs to be.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to get to that point. And as a part of the hiring, one of the things that I've had the good fortune is that, just to give you before I shared the TLDR, but backing into the story, I've worked with the same set of guys for my entire career. So if you look at my two co-founders now, since my job in 1995, I've worked with the same person right through who runs product for us. The third co-founder, who's not in an operational role, but with me, I've worked with him since 1998. So arguably we are closely knit and gone across different ventures. But their input, and I have a very methodical process when we try to get someone, whether it's at a VP level, an executive, or a C level into the thing, I go through the process and try to make sure that they have a grasp of the ethos of what we stand for. That they understand that while, yes, I have the good luck and fortune of steering the company out here, that these guys are equally important. And they get to provide really good input to me. Of course, I'm lucky enough that I've worked with them for a long time. But that has been extremely instrumental. And I say that because once, as a startup founder, I feel this is, different people have different philosophies. What's worked exceptionally well for me is make sure you hire the right guys. Also, you make sure that you have runway to make sure you allow them the opportunity to execute.
Right.
And that's easy to state, but as a balancing act, it's incredibly hard, because money is needed for driving a lot of success and accelerating towards your growth goals. And then, while you're saying on one hand you have the full freedom, inevitably you encounter the friction that, is the budget for this? I want to do this, I want to do that, right? So balancing those two has been, I would say, the key towards the success at Uptex.
Yeah.
Can I pick on that just real quick, of thinking about our joint friend who's now going to become an entrepreneur?
Yeah.
I think of some of the things that I wasn't prepared for, and I'm curious if other of you had the same thing. You mentioned this group of founders.
Yes.
You've been together 30 years roughly.
Yes.
I mean, has anybody here not had a point where you actually felt you were closer to your co-founders or maybe early employees than maybe you were even to your own family members at times?
100%. I have a 3-5 philosophy, right? Think of it this way. A third of your time, hopefully you're sleeping, which you're not, especially if you're a founder.
Definitely not.
Right?
Definitely not.
So, okay.
Tell me your secrets.
You sleep?
I know. The second third is actually spent with your co-founders or with your team.
Yeah.
And hopefully a third is for the rest of your family, right?
And
because you're not
you qualified hopefully, and I think that's sadly
Tell
but
me
true.
your secrets there again as well.
No, I don't have
That work?
secret. It's a monumental struggle is how I'll characterize it. I'm very lucky in the sense that my wife still calls me her husband, and the kids still call me dad, and it's a monumental struggle. It's never that easy.
Sounds like
balancing
the OSI model. It's in theoretical sense, this is how you structure it, but in practice, it's a bit.
I actually wish I had that 1/3 education years ago, because I churned relationships that way for not maintaining that balance, and I don't think many people talk to other founders and say, this is actually what it's going to be like if you're going to reach to this level of success. Maybe it doesn't have to be. But I think the pattern matches more. Like all four of us were head nodding just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. It's brutal because it's I mean, I have a thing now. I mean, I'm happily, married, and
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, like, I've almost 4 years now, but I've been working at Bishop Fox for 18, so like it really took a toll.
Yeah.
It really took a toll, and finding somebody who's very understanding, actually understand that aspect of it. And
that's a great point that a lot of people don't talk about, like the compromises that you make with your family. And I'm selfish with my time because Sphere is my child. Sphere is my brother and sister and my mother and my father, and of course I have parents and all that, but you treat it like that. But I will say there are plenty of times where you're stressed and it's miserable and you're tired. But I think I feel more energized, excited. I love waking up. I love going to work. I love waking up in the middle of the night and writing something in my notebook next to me, right? So when you're really kind of love what you do, you become obsessed with it. It feels less like work and more of just your lifestyle. So I don't know if you guys feel that way too. Like
it
you
is
never
my life.
shut off ever. It's just your life.
it is your life. I think
Yeah.
that's a huge takeaway. Like, this is your life.
Oh,
This is just what it's going to be. Like,
It's not a
for
job.
those people that are thinking about going down this path.
Your work life and your personal life are intertwined.
Yeah.
Those who say that you can balance and separate it out as a founder, not to say that you can't, but it's hard to do so.
And does your family realize what they're signing up for too?
That's
Because
right.
they are signing up for founder life too.
I'm curious here, because this is maybe like a slight extension on what we were talking about here. Rita, you were talking about kind of like being yourself during the interview process. You're talking about fit and kind of finding the right people to surround yourself with. But let's say with your existing team and just how you interact with your teams, how much of your real self do you allow out there versus, because like there are different CEOs and everybody's got a different style. And I've definitely met CEOs who are on brand 100% of the time, that I'm like, what do you like when you sit down for dinner at home? Are you still on script? Or like, but I am kind of curious, like, when and where is there a time and a place, or is, where have you found that balance?
I'll start. Like, I haven't found the balance, right? So, simple example, you go to someone's birthday party and maybe a cousin, they ask you, how's it going? You only talk about work. Like, you maybe force yourself to talk about other things because it's awkward to just only talk about work. But like, all you really want to do is tell them what's going on at work, right? So it's constant, right? But we're all very passionate about our businesses. We love it. So I wouldn't say so much that it's as much of a negative as people feel, but it'll surprise you, I think, when you go through it.
Yeah. Makes sense. Any other thoughts, opinions on that?
For me, success has only given me the chance to finally like pull back some of my personal life. Like, it was for sure the first 5 years, I was still, we were still too small to be able to track what I would call real C-suite folks, right? We had directors and VPs, but not really people I could fully delegate to. And because of that, my personal balance, I had somebody interviewed me one time for some award and they were like, what's the thing you're most proud of in your stuff? And I was like, well, I'm most proud that maybe I can have a hobby again. And the lady stopped me in my shoes. And I was like, no, I literally mean my hobby is my life, which is Huntress. It is my company.
Yeah.
And we wrapped up and she's like, that's one of the saddest things I've ever heard. And I was like, oh, and it just takes that type of inflection to realize maybe your own personal balance, that you don't put yourself first as a founder too.
I worked away in my 20s. All of it. Yeah. That's
How old were you when you started your business?
23.
I was 25, so I can relate.
Yeah. You guys are 20s. That's what you've got. I guess maybe with the time that we've got left, I'm really kind of curious to ask, kind of the question of like, when you started the journey and where you are now, like, what? Maybe two ways. Like, what was the shattered dream? Like, what was the vision that you had, you think, when you started, and kind of expectations, and like, how did that break? How did that mental model break and be like, oh no, that's not what it actually is, right? If we're to leave some parting advice to our common friend here, like, I'll give you an example. This is what I told him. It's real lonely at the top. It's very, very, very lonely at the top. For a variety of reasons. But I think, I see it in your eyes as I say that, like, pretty lonely there, right?
Well, I think it's lonely, one, because, you are the leader of this organization, but two, the things that give you anxiety or agita, maybe they're big deals, maybe they're not big deals, but you also don't want to alarm the people
How do you
around
calibrate?
you.
Yes.
You internalize a lot. You always try to find the
Who
positives.
can you share that with?
Yeah,
and
who do
can
you,
not?
who knows, like, it's probably, sometimes it's the woman who's I meet at the elevator, I don't know, who just happens to hear everything that just happened in my mind, but yeah, like, so you're constantly calibrating your own thoughts as well, in terms of what you're thinking, what you're saying, who you're saying it to, so yeah, it's you're always thinking about something, you're never off.
I mean, couple of thoughts, right? Of course, with our common friend in mind and having known him probably the longest out of the lot out here. One, I think he's already made the choice, but in general for everyone, I'd say make sure that this is what you want to do for the next 7 to 10 years of your life, number one. Two, from my own personal learning thing is, to your point, not only is it lonely, the journey is going to be long. So make sure you're in the right company to last that journey. So a co-founder, in my opinion, that you can trust, rely on, or someone whom you hire soon enough that they'd be the right, not just executive partner, but the partner who's there for the ride. In my opinion, is super critical. And third, I'd say there's no substitute to just doing it. You did it at a young age of 23. You just have to
You didn't know any better, totally ignorant, just go and do it.
Ignorance is bliss. You have to jump right in. Otherwise,
don't
just,
overthink it.
analysis paralysis will just kill you. Those are the 3 things that I'd characterize as super key.
I would agree. I would say that me having like undeniable belief in myself, because everybody else is going to tell you you're wrong. Your coworkers are going to tell you you're wrong. A salesperson is going to say that the product isn't right. An investor is going to pass on you. You're just going to hear it. So that belief in yourself was one. The other one for me, though, that was, I guess, kind of like playing along this theme. It was just this idea of like, as a founder, it is lonely at the top. As you become more of a CEO and just running your company with ELT, it's still lonely, even though they are your team. But the one piece that I do wish to impart of advice is like, you as a founder, period, you're going to have a megaphone whether you like it or not, and everything you say is going to be carried with that. And maybe the hard example is I've hurt people's feelings accidentally by just saying something that was true and honest, and did not realize how much the followers of me and the team will take that to heart, way more personal than it was ever emphasized. And at the same time, that megaphone can be used by the most subtle comments about somebody doing a job well done, can make them perform 10x better than they were performing before. And that's one of those things that I struggled. Like, I have hurt people that I cared about. I've had people that have left over the years. We're about 300 on our team now, and I definitely would say no less than probably 10 or 20 have been folks that either I helped motivate them out of the company to go do something themselves, or the opposite of where they felt they had to leave because they felt disappointed and I didn't mean it. So just got to understand like the sword that you're carrying.
Absolutely. I think every single one of the things you guys said resonates. I mean, Ganesh, I always tell people like your co-founder, just imagine you're going to marry them. You're basically marrying them. And well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
A lot of fun.
This has been great. Thanks everybody for listening in, and hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Vinny Liu. I'm the CEO at Bishop Fox. What inspired me to found Bishop Fox? I didn't know any better. We were doing some moonlighting work on the side at our, when we had full-time jobs, and we were just passionate about doing, pen testing work and wanted more opportunities to do that. So we started taking on projects while we were employed, and moonlighting essentially, and one thing led to the next, and we kept doing good work and we kept getting more work. And, they say the reward for doing good work is more work, and that's really what happened to us. And so after a few months of that, we realized that we might actually have something interesting here, and so we decided to start Bishop Fox. Something that's really unique about Bishop Fox is the amount of talent that we've aggregated into a single organization and single firm. And it's important for us to know that we'll always be able to learn and get better from our peers and the other people that we're working with in our day-to-day jobs. And so that's something that really sets us apart and something we continue to foster and encourage within Bishop Fox as a team and as an organization.
The biggest reason I joined Bishop Fox was really the culture and the people. Every day I get to work with some of the smartest people I've ever worked with in the industry. And the culture here is just fantastic. It really feels like you're part of a family, you're part of something bigger, and everybody really believes in the same mission, which is really safeguarding our digital world.
Leadership and the folks that are in this organization are some of the smartest people in our industry, and some of the reasons why a lot of our clients today are with us. The people here are amazing. The people here are actually the reason why I came here. The culture, the team, and how it works together for each other rather than for themselves. It's a very unselfish culture. You're not going to find better people here than any other company I've ever been in my entire career.
For me, Bishop Fox was a career goal. It was my dream job, and honestly, there's a lot of days where I still can't believe that I get to do what I do, that I get to work with the people I work with. If you're somebody who's thinking about joining the company, if you're thinking about maybe I should go over to Bishop Fox, do it. It is a life-changing event, and it is, you know, I've found my home.
A day in the life of Bishop Fox is never boring. I learn something new every single day. The people that I work with are amazing and are so intelligent and care so much about the security, not just at Bishop Fox, but for our clients, for our country, just the entire world, trying to do the right thing before the bad guys do. It's just a great place to work.
I think the thing that I love most about Bishop Fox is the people here. And it's amazing to work with really smart, funny, kind people. Everyone that I've worked with has been super open to sharing their knowledge, and that's why it's a really wonderful, fun place to work, a great place to grow. We value passion here over pedigree. It's not like you have to have a computer science degree from MIT to be a part of Bishop Fox. If you love what you do and you're great at what you do, then this is a place for you.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. I am Tom Eston, VP of Consulting and Cosmos at Bishop Fox.
And I'm Alan Cecil. I'm a senior security consultant also at Bishop Fox.
And we are pleased to have our next very special guest, Ernie Baio, who is a managing director at ForgePoint. Welcome to the live stream.
Thanks for inviting me.
Really glad to have you here. So the first question I have to ask is that you are a former Air Force F-16 fighter pilot.
Correct.
So how did you get into cybersecurity with a career in the military?
How much time do you have?
We got 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, you know, it's ironic how, you know, serendipity in life works, but
Yeah.
I'd left the flying business, if you will, went to grad school, found myself in strategy consulting, and then at an early stage startup. And during that process, I'd gone to a cybersecurity conference, and I remember seeing this guy, George Kurtz. This is in 2013, I think, when CrowdStrike was a Series B company, talking on stage. I think Stuart McClure was on stage, right? So that was like the early days of both of those, and I got interested. And then I'd read Countdown to Zero Day from Catherine Zetter, and that like fascinated me. But that was all. It was interesting. And then I was asked through this chain of events if I would go back on active duty under Cyber Command. I was a Air Force reservist at the time, and I said no. I don't want to. I went into the private sector. Long story short, I went back on orders and found myself working for U.S. Cyber Command and essentially reporting to the 4-star, Admiral Rogers, who great commander, great guy, and through that I then embedded with the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, which was something Secretary Carter set up for the Pentagon to get cutting-edge startup technology into the Pentagon for national security. So through that chain of events, I kind of got, you know, inculcated into the cybersecurity world, and that was in 2015.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you still fly planes? Casually? Or?
Very occasionally, casually, yes. Yeah.
And probably not nearly as fast.
Not nearly as fast.
No,
It's more just watching movies and reliving the glory days in my mind. Yeah.
Top Gun, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So thinking back on your military experience and how that influenced your approach to cybersecurity, what lessons did that bring with you into your civilian career now?
Yeah, I think the biggest, you know, I was at an event a few weeks ago, and General Nakasone, the head of Cyber Command in the NSA, the first thing he said is cybersecurity is national security. And, you know, for some of us that sounds obvious, but, you know, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think the way I think about that is it comes down to mission. So in the military, everything is mission-based, and there's a sense of mission amongst your peers, your colleagues, and I think it's the same in cybersecurity. Whether you're defending your enterprise, whether you're defending, you know, a nonprofit, whatever the organization is, I think there's a sense of mission that's required. And I think that's the thing I took most from that my military experience.
Yeah. So I got a question for you. As an investor in cybersecurity, what are some of the early stage investments that you've made in the industry, and what made those companies stand out to you?
Yeah, so probably, you know, our sweet spot is Series A and B. So the first deal I ever worked on was Bishop Fox.
Oh, wow.
So that was a deal, you know, it was like the first one kind of on the deal team. And not long, about a year after that, I led a Series A for a company called Huntress. And the interesting thing there is you have founders, military veterans that started a company, you know, they were essentially nation state hackers for the NSA. And they kind of flipped that on its head in how do we protect the 99% of organizations that aren't a JP Morgan, that aren't a big institution that has the sophistication and the budget. So that's been a great ride with those guys. and we had closed that Series A about 2 weeks before a lockdown, so in COVID. So, but yeah, those are some that I've been involved in. Yeah.
Very cool. So thinking about like the various roles you've had in cybersecurity leadership positions, both private, public sectors, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges that we face or cybersecurity leaders face today?
Wow, there's
tough question.
Yeah, I mean, there's several. So there's obviously CISOs have kind of come into the radar of the board. So there's that piece that they have to deal with. There's budget constraints. There's consolidation of the security stacks, which they need to deal with, which kind of ties into the budget. But at the end of the day, you have to report to the board if there's some type of breach, if there's an incident. A lot of those are reportable to the board, and now you have regulation coming in that kind of further complicates and puts pressure on that security leader. And if you look at the latest cybersecurity strategy from the U.S. government, under Pillar 3, they're starting to talk about liability for those software providers. So that adds more complication and to the CISO's job as well as the companies building these software solutions. So that's the 30,000-foot view, but there's definitely a lot to unpack in that question.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So can you speak to the importance of public-private partnerships and the role that cybersecurity leaders play? In other words, how have you seen these partnerships work effectively or not?
Yeah, we've been talking about private-public partnerships for a long time, and I think go back 7-8 years ago, it was a lot of it sounded good to say that. I think it's becoming more and more real, and it gets back to that comment I made before, where cybersecurity is national security, and you have organizations like CISA that have really taken an active role in trying to bridge that gap, not only between the software, the security providers, but also trying to help organizations with their Shields Up program, et cetera. So I really think that the way we defend, especially critical infrastructure, I think CISA names 16 or 18 critical infrastructure areas, and make no mistake, they're not under attack, but they're definitely under the purview of some of our enemies, which could probably do some damage at will at any time. So I think, especially with those critical infrastructure areas, you have to have the public-private partnership and work together. So hopefully that continues to evolve and mature, which I think it is.
Yeah. So one question I've been thinking about, because you mentioned CISOs, how do you see the role of the CISO changing from your purview?
So from my purview, and again, this is as an investor, kind of an outsider, I think they are taking a more prominent place at the table. The board is actually getting more visibility into the very difficult work that they do. I think over time, you're going to see the CISO having the clout that someone like a CIO or other executives have. I think it's taken time for that to happen, but cybersecurity it's kind of front and center. I think it's taken a little bit of a backstage to AI in the last few months, but at the end of the day, I just think it's becoming that important for these companies. So it's just going to be more elevated within the ranks.
So speaking of AI, do you think that's more hype than anything else right now, or do you see it as this is a game changer for cybersecurity?
Well, 3-ish years ago, we went through this phase where every security company had AI, under the hood, or they had company name .ai, and it was all a lot of marketing, just BS.
Sure. Yeah, the same thing happened before that with saying, "Oh, we're on the blockchain."
Yeah, there you go. I think it's different this time. I'm not an AI expert, but like everyone else, I've been reading up on it. I've been listening to talks, and the way I look at it, and you know, I'll never forget the first time Vinny talked about Cosmos. This is like when it was still a PowerPoint. Was like, hey, this is an Iron Man suit for pen testers, right? There's always a human-machine teaming, and I think that's where AI is going to help. You look at what Microsoft put out with their Copilot. So I think it's real this time. How effective it's going to be, you know, how much does it give, in this case, security practitioners, the right questions, the right context, reduce false positives. We'll see, but I think it's for real, and I think cyber and AI are going to be combined, because when you think about the talent gap, like I gave a speech the other day, I go, it's never going to be fixed. The only way we fix that is with automation and AI. So anyway.
Yeah, no, great comments. So from one veteran to another, I want to thank you for your service.
Likewise.
And I thank you for coming on the live stream. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
I appreciate you guys inviting me, and enjoy the rest of RSA.
You as well.
Thanks.
And for all of you, we'll have more coming up here shortly on the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference. So stay tuned.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Vinny Liu. I'm the CEO of Bishop Fox. And I get to host the next panel here, which is with my investor friends. We've got Christian, who's the cyber practice lead at WestCap, Don, partner at ForgePoint, partner and co-founder at ForgePoint Capital, and Barmac, also a general partner and co-founder at Ballistic Ventures. Guys, I'm going to ask each of you to kind of introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your firm, maybe like a quick 30-second, and then I want to come through and ask each of you a specific question about sort of your journey and relevant to your firms and how you got to where you are today.
Sure. So I'll go first. So Christian Schiller, WestCap, again, great for having me here. So WestCap, we're operating equity, which is really growth equity, but focused more on operational support of our portfolio companies. So broadly speaking, WestCap focuses in tech-enabled marketplaces and the infrastructure that enables them. So not purely a cybersecurity investor, but we have increasingly invested in cybersecurity companies based on feedback we receive from the rest of our portfolio. So again, growth stage based in New York, San Francisco, London, and as you mentioned before, I run the cyber practice, which I can unpack later on.
Yeah, great. Don?
So ForgePoint Capital is an early stage venture capital firm focused entirely on cybersecurity. We have 45 companies in cybersecurity. So when we saw Bishop Fox, we knew it was something we had to invest in.
Thanks. Glad you did.
And let's see, Ballistic Ventures, we're a cyber-focused, cyber-adjacent fund. We do early stage investing, so anything from pre-seed, seed, Series A, is sort of what we do. We also, one of the core strategies is we start companies within the fund. So if we have an idea because we see these threat vectors emerging, if we don't find entrepreneurs that are necessarily focused on starting companies, we start a company within the fund. In fact, in Fund 1, we have one company that we've started ourselves, and eventually we hire the operating executives around it. I'm here in the capacity of an advisor to Vinny. I've been honored to be with Vinny for the past 3.5, 4 years through various stages of growth, and we love what you do, Vinny. Bishop Fox.
Thanks.
So when we invested as your first investor, because Vinny, you had bootstrapped the company
13 years.
For 13
Yeah.
years.
Most people have exited by then.
Well, it's not easy to bootstrap a company and take no outside cash. So congratulations, that's hard to do. So what we do is we look for product market fit. So we're at the early stages trying to figure out who's the customer, what do they need, and how does the company satisfy that need? And we start to grow the revenues. Barmac was one of our former CEOs. We asked him to come on the board because he's an expert in product marketing. And product marketing is really where Silicon Valley, where venture capital shines in the United States, because there's technology all over the world, but we're much, and a lot of people in other countries think that technology sells itself. Guess what, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So figuring out product market fit, the ideal customer profile, those are the things that Barmac is really great at, which is why we asked him to join the board to help you as you grew your product revenues.
Yeah.
Great. And as your most recent investor, along with Carrot Capital, we really liked where you had come after bootstrapping and then raising your initial rounds of capital, and really about scaling that business now.
Yeah.
So you're able to expand in more markets, able to bring your new products to market, new concepts that you have. And so that's what really excited us, especially, again, as I said, as we talk to our portfolio companies, as we talk to insurers, as we talk to a lot of the players that we work with at scale, it became a very common theme about the type of services you guys have to offer. And so I think the market's ready for you to really break out.
So if you're trying to figure out how this all fits together, Vinny, you bootstrapped it. He's a seed Series A investor. I'm a Series A, Series B investor. He's a Series C, Series D investor.
Yeah.
I feel like we're a barbershop quartet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so let me ask you like something different, right? Because the previous panel that I was talking to, I was talking to a bunch of founders, and we didn't talk about it on the live stream, but I will tell you, we were just nonstop talking about it in the green room, prep room area, which was, your fundraising journey. And Bishop Fox, our fundraising journey was really interesting because we were pure services for 13 years. We were growing, we were profitable, and nobody would talk to us. And this was like 2018. Nobody wanted to talk to a services company, except for Don. And And I use that as an example because every investor that we spoke with said, well, we understand that you want to like incubate this idea, which is our Cosmos platform, but you need to spin it off into its own company. We don't think it makes, we're only investing in software. I've seen that shift over the last few years, but it begs the question, as you all are sourcing deals and you all are thinking about deals, how are you at your unique stages figuring out what's going to make sense, and what are some of those themes currently that you're looking at in investing? And Barbek, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, since I'm kind of stage zero to these guys, I'll start. You know, I've been in the world of cyber for a better part of 20 years now. And, you know, I remember, gosh, back in 2003 when we started my first company, Fortify Software, the number of publicly traded over 3 billion, 4 billion market cap cyber companies you can count on one hand. And so we've come a long way in cyber since then. But there's two trends that have held true over the last 18 to 20 years that I've seen over and over again. One has to do with compute architecture changes and adversarial obsolescence. So the adversary forces the obsolescence of existing security controls over and over again. Example, antivirus was around forever. CrowdStrike came to market with an AI-based EDR platform, and they're a huge company. Identity access management was around for a long time. Compute architecture and adversarial obsolescence forced a change. Okta came to market, huge platform. Zscaler, web gateways and firewalls have been around for a long period of time. Cloud computing came to play, and that architecture shifted. Zscaler is a huge company. So what's really fascinating is a lot of the big companies in cyber are not necessarily new, innovative companies addressing new threat vectors. They're existing security controls reinvented to adapt to new compute architecture changes and the adversarial obsolescence. So one theme that's very investable are kind of new inflection points that then require for you to think a brand new way of how do you basically reinvent existing security controls. The other one is new attack vectors. So AI is a new attack surface. It's completely blind to everybody. Training data can be infected, inference engines and algorithms can be hacked. And so thinking about this as a brand new attack surface, new threat vector is pretty exciting as well. So there's kind of two themes that I think are very investable in the early stages, and those are kind of the main.
How do you know like what kind of mental calculus is going on to determine like I'm going to make a bet on this thesis or this idea or this concept, right? Because I mean, you were a judge for RSA's Innovation Sandbox. You reviewed how many entries?
Gosh, there was about 170 submissions initially. Yep.
Right. Yep. Like, how do you process that? Like, is there some sort of filtering criteria? What's the?
I'd sort of start, and I'll have Don and Christian opine there. But in early stage investing, team is everything. So because there's so many unknowns, ahead. There's only so much you can hypothesize about the size of the addressable market, the acute need of a CISO to buy products, et cetera. But what you know for a fact is a phenomenal team can figure all that stuff out. And so, the primary focus in early stage investing is you invest in teams. You got to fall in love with the team. You got to fall in love with their entrepreneurial spirit. And then the only other vector that you really start to focus on is market timing, not necessarily addressable market timing. You don't want to catch themes when they're too late. Okay. You don't want to catch themes when they're too early because it's really expensive to create that market. So those two are kind of the key ingredients when you want to do early stage investing.
Makes sense.
So for me, the consultants are the ones who address the new threats first. So when I look back on the history of cybersecurity investing, and I've been doing it for almost 30 years, I think back to when George Kurtz, who's a great serial entrepreneur, was at Ernst & Young, and they were doing consulting.
Yeah.
So they spun out and created a company called Foundstone, and they took all their scripts as consultants that would help them be more productive, and they turned that into a platform doing vulnerability assessment.
Foundscan. I used to write little checks for that.
Foundstone.
Yeah.
Which they sold to McAfee.
Right.
So I think CrowdStrike probably had a fair amount of consulting early on, because for the same business model. So when I think about how to create shareholder value, I'm happy to take a consulting operation that has the opportunity to build a platform, because from my standpoint, we can grow revenues, and we can also grow the recurring nature of the revenues through the platform, which means that I can increase the multiple on revenues that the company is valued at.
Yeah.
So top line growth, multiple growth, that really compounds the value for shareholders.
Are there any themes that you're seeing kind of similar along the AI direction and some of the new attack vectors that drive your particular, like Forge Point, when you guys are looking at deals, what's that angle that you're taking?
We have quite a few themes going on, but it's all under the umbrella of the digitization of enterprises in the country. So going to the cloud, that's going to require whole new sets of cybersecurity software. And right now, the consultants who are taking corporations to the cloud, so you see where I'm going in terms of how I'm thinking about building the business. We're basically looking at regulatory as a driver of spending, and then breaches. Those are the two things that cause people to spend money on cybersecurity. On the regulatory side, the financial institutions are really under the gun. So we're going to start to see much more compliance-driven security spending. Know your customer is a big problem, fraud, transactions, all those kinds of things. And then on the breach side, ChatGPT is going to really help the existing hackers not only fool the people in the company to click on those executables and download the malware, but that phishing has been mostly an English language problem. And with ChatGPT, you can turn it into other languages very easily, which means that non-English speakers will now be a subject. So the total addressable market for the criminals is going to grow dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the ways that you actually detect that something's fraudulent is because it's written in such poor English, and apparently that problem's been solved. So, ChatGPT might write better than most people do on a day-to-day basis. So,
with conviction too.
Very confident in its output. Yeah, so for us, by the time a company reaches growth stage, we're not opposed to services companies. I think that's sort of a misnomer. What the concern becomes is how scalable is this business? So like for me personally, I'm a career operator. This is my first investment job. And I have started a few bootstrap services companies. And the reason it was so hard for me to raise capital with those is I could not articulate how you could take a company that was so dependent on frontline services, on a management structure, and then inject $50, $75, $100 million of capital and really see that return and use of funds. When it comes to something like what you guys are building at Bishop Fox, it's really answering that problem. I mean, everyone knows there's a labor shortage in the cybersecurity industry. And when you kind of talked us through Cosmos and this notion of an Iron Man suit that allows your frontline service personnel to suddenly behave like superheroes, it really is an unlocked function that allows for that scalability. And that's really the story that resonates with us. And that's something that definitely as companies graduate beyond sort of their early stages of financing and look for growth capital and want to really grow out, they have to have a good story about how they can make use of those funds and not just ask for the greatest valuation in the world, but see a real return on that cash as well.
So if I'm summarizing, I mean, you're looking for the ability to scale at your stage.
Correct.
Don, you're looking to make sure that there are the right drivers for finding essentially product market fit. And Barmack, you are. They have to be kind of pointed in the right direction, but it's got to be the right people.
And the right time. I think that's the key.
And the right time.
So here we are. Here's the three nodes. He has to find the entrepreneurs. I have to find the entrepreneurs who do the right thing. And you have to find the entrepreneurs who do that thing right.
Correct.
That's the three things that we're working on.
Correct. When you think about kind of building out a portfolio and constructing a portfolio, do you think about sort of the interrelationship between your portfolio companies, or is there a thematic, approach to doing so, or is it different? And I'm kind of curious at every stage. Do you feel like, that plays into it at all, or is it sort of like each one is an independent bet and they do not sort of impact one another?
There's sort of, I talked about those two overall themes, but within each of them, there's a lot of sub-themes that emerge, obviously. So our investment theses is, we have what we call a prepared mind going into a meeting. So, as a team, we typically talk about, things that are investable. We're blessed with an incredible advisory network that kind of inform us around things that Chief Information Security Officer is acutely in need of. And so we try to fit those together. And so there's 4 key theme areas for us in Fund 1, for example, that, things, kind of that span from zero authority, zero trust, to this whole shift left movement and sort of inside out security, and so on. But having said all that, the most amazing ideas are not necessarily thematic. So you sort of think about the things that are investable, and then you meet an entrepreneur that has come up with an idea around a new threat vector that you didn't think about at all. And I've actually found the companies with a huge escape velocity are controversial companies that the team around the table aren't necessarily aligned, and they say, this is something we want to invest in. You typically find one partner that gets very emotionally attached to an idea and really gets impressed with an entrepreneurial team, and those are typically the ones that create the huge escape velocity. So you have themes going into a meeting, but you always want to keep an open mind because you might hear an idea that is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Don, I'm kind of curious if you've encountered that. I mean, you've been in the investing space the longest. Controversial ideas that you made a bet on that really you had to fight for.
Well, actually, it's really been controversial people. So when I was an investment banker, I started off on Wall Street and then came out here with Morgan Stanley. Then I went to an IPO boutique. And I was the investment banker for Steve Jobs after he left Apple. I'd been hired by George Lucas to sell Pixar. I sold it to Steve. Steve called me up the next day and said, okay, expletive, I want you on my side this time. And so I helped him raise money from Ross Perot at 5 times what the venture capital industry was willing to offer him for a pre-money valuation. At the closing dinner, he called me the investment banker with a heart. And I said, Steve, that's it. My reputation's ruined. He said, no, Don, what you did for me indicates you really ought to own these companies, own a piece of them. You ought to be in that. And I had a number of firms that were trying to get me to join them as a partner, so I did. And that was really the best advice I had ever received, because I love figuring out how things work and then helping build the team around them.
Mm-hmm.
I think our approach to kind of portfolio construction is a little bit different because we're not pure play cyber. And so when you look at the way we've constructed our portfolio, we have a number of thematic focus areas. Again, all of them are really tech-enabled marketplaces. And then we layered underneath them this notion of infrastructure technology, which is really trying to solve for what are the common tools and platforms that all these other companies need in order to operate efficiently at scale. And so that gives me, I think, a benefit because I can now pulse the security leaders of 40-odd companies that represent a very diverse mixture of markets, healthcare, financial services, Web3, geographies, Europe, North America, and really say, okay, from the feedback we're getting from them, what are the common trends that we're seeing, what are the risk factors, and then we use that to help inform the infrastructure bets that we make to include cybersecurity.
Well, how's your background influenced the way that you look at deals, or even the way that you might look at a team or product market fit or the ability to scale? Like, I'm kind of curious, like, is there a way that your own personal journey has kind of impacted your evaluation or assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak for me personally, I can't go around, but like, as I mentioned before, this is my first investment job, right? And I think that as I've met more investors in the space, each one has their own journey to arrive here. But definitely, as someone who has started companies before, built companies, worked at large-scaled organizations, I have empathy for what the founders are going through. I'll say, if you compare me to some of those heartless bankers, I tend to give founders more credit when maybe they've hit some rough patches, because I know you can fight through those as long as you have the right character, the right backbone, the right team. And so, we approach it more as like, hey, what's the long-term vision? Yes, the financials are financials. You may have some rough patches over the next year or two. Some things are under your control, some things not. But when you look 3 to 5 years out, where do you want to be? And if that's exciting, and if I believe that that's the team that can get us there, that really animates me in a way that I think may not animate someone that's purely looking at a company from a numbers standpoint.
Yeah, right. You've been on the roller coaster. You know what it feels like.
Yeah.
You're not just like, hey, just hang on tight.
It doesn't exactly correct. There's tactics to hanging on tight, and there's some things out of your control.
And also just it helps if you just scream.
It does, and that's okay. It's truly like, that's one thing I would give advice to any sort of founders out there, or people considering entrepreneurship, is you want investors that you can treat as partners, right? You don't want to have this adversarial relationship with them. I had the unfortunate experience of running a private equity held company at scale. And just the nature of that relationship was very difficult, and it became very adversarial. Whereas if you have, especially the earlier stages, if you have an investor that, yes, there's a period of time during due diligence where it's a bit adversarial because you're trying to convince them that you're the horse to bet on. Once they've invested, from that point forward,
Just a bit.
Just a bit. We have a long process, but once they've cast that bet, it really is a partnership. You're in this together. You have aligned incentives, and so you should feel free to scream and holler and ask for help and be very open and candid about where you're having frustrations, or you see you can't quite see around the corner, and then use your investors, because that really can be what tips the scales in your favor.
Yeah,
I think what you're hearing here for the founders. So even though you're growth equity, you have heavy operational skills. Okay, there are growth equity people with no operational skills who like to show up for a board meeting once a quarter, complain about the numbers, and then leave.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I would say, my own personal opinion is like we've largely tried to avoid that type of situation because it's not helpful.
Well, and also we wouldn't let you.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because I don't want to be in those board meetings.
Yeah.
All right. So we have the same thing, and I think, and Barmack himself has been a founder. So, it's kind of like the question I sometimes ask my family: do you want to be heard, helped, or just hugged? All right. So there's sometimes you have to just hug the entrepreneur and say, look, it's hard. We've done it too, and we're here to. Do you want to be helped or not? But we're here to listen for sure.
Yeah.
I'd echo exactly almost what Christian and Don said verbatim. I think, look, business of entrepreneurship and getting a company off the ground is not for the faint of heart. It is the craziest, hardest thing you can do in your life. And I'd say in the early stages when things don't exist, taking an idea into a finished product that somebody is going to pay some money to buy over and over again it is surreal how hard it is. And so often people look at the successful outcomes and they think the journey was this kind of straight vector that everything was hypothesized, implemented, and everything went through. And what they don't realize is the highs and lows are extreme. There are days that things look so awesome and you're excited, and there are days that just so dark and you want to absolutely kill yourself. So having an operator and an entrepreneurial soul on the other side of the table, especially in the early stages and certainly in the growth stages as you think about efficiency, I just can't tell you how important it is. And you can't read this stuff in a book. You just have to have lived through it over and over again.
But it's important to understand the dividing line between being on the board and micromanaging.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because once you start to micromanage, then you are really doing a disservice to the management team.
We have the saying that the folks that open the shop and shut down the shop at the end of the night know the most about their business.
Yeah.
And so, a great investor is one that becomes an advisor and doesn't tell an entrepreneur how to do things.
The last group that I spoke with, we kind of ended on the theme, which is like when you're the CEO as a founder, it's very lonely at the top. And you don't have a lot of people that you can talk to. So building on everything that's been said here, it's really, really valuable to have investors and advisors that you really trust and you can talk to and talk openly with them about. I know that with that, we're at time. Thank you all so much for coming here and speaking with everybody and sharing your knowledge and experience. So appreciate it, everybody. Thanks again, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bishop Fox live stream from the RSA conference in San Francisco, California. I'm Tom Eston, the VP of, almost forgot my job, VP of Consulting and Cosmos at Bishop Fox.
You're in good company. I've been forgetting what I am all day.
It's been a long day.
I am Alan Cecil. I am a senior security consultant at Bishop Fox.
And we are pleased to introduce our next guest, which is Andy Ellis. He's the advisory CISO at Orca Security, operating partner at YL, former chief security officer at Akamai, and now author of the book, 1% Leadership.
Thanks for having me here.
Welcome. It is great to have you. So just to start, so we've talked to a lot of Air Force veterans today.
It's the best service.
Is it? Okay, well, I was in the Marine Corps, so, might have a little bit to say about that, but
we could spend 15 minutes on that alone.
Right, that's true.
But it would take crayons.
yeah, we won't go there. But just thinking about your career in the Air Force, how did that experience shape your approach to cybersecurity in your civilian career?
Well, certainly for me, it was a cybersecurity job. So I worked for the 609th Information Warfare Squadron based out of Shaw Air Force Base in Sumter, South Carolina. So I was back in the previous millennium. I actually love doing this. I work with a lot of Israelis, and they're all very excited to tell you, oh, I'm in 8200 and we do information warfare and all these things. I'm like, yeah, I did that last millennium. But a lot of it was understanding a few things. But the most important one was actually recognizing that you don't get to do your own job for very long. And I think that's something that most people who've only ever been civilians really get wrong, is they get into a job, they get expertise, and they want to be irreplaceable. And the Air Force teaches you the exact opposite. If you're the only one who can do something in your job, you're screwing up. Because you have to figure out how to make this job successful when you transfer out in 3 years or less. And I think that's been sort of the single most important thing is don't hold on to any job knowledge, try to give it away. Because that's what makes you more effective as an organization.
So, and you spent, 20 years at Akamai?
I did.
Is that is like an incredible amount of time. Can you talk a little bit about that program that you built and maybe some of the lessons you've learned there?
My microphone's
Oh, your microphone's out?
Yeah.
That's the longer version.
Yeah, a longer version of that question? Right. How about now?
Are we good on the mic? As he's testing to make sure that the audio is working there.
All right, we're good. There we go.
Okay. So give me the second half of that question again.
So during your time at Akamai, can you talk a little bit about the program that you built and the lessons you learned?
Yep. So I was the very first security professional at Akamai. I actually came in as a senior security engineer. And I was handed the job of, hey, we want to harden these distributed servers we've put out there because someday we might have 10,000. That was literally what I was told is the pitch. We had 2,000 at the time, and someday we'd get to 10,000.
Wow.
I think by the time I left, it was something like 350,000 that had an IP range that encompassed a /7 of the internet.
Yikes.
So that's just under 1%, which has nothing to do with 1% on the leadership, but it's a nice tie-in. And I was there for like 3 days. I'm still getting set up. And my boss walks over to me and he says, oh, by the way, we have an auditor coming in next week to do the BS 7799 audit. Those of you who don't know what BS 7799 is, because you're not quite as gray or non-haired as some of us, BS 7799 was the British standard for information security that became ISO 17799. That then became ISO 27001 and 27002. This is not what I had signed up to do. I'm like, okay, I don't even know how our system works yet, and I have to run an auditor through it. And I think that sets the stage for everything I did across my career in building a security program, was how do you build a program that enables you to be agile, that lets you pivot at a moment if you need to, but without dropping value. Because I think all too often people, when they pivot, they were mid-stride on a 3-year project, and you just dropped 18 months worth of work. So how do you just always build incrementally to get a little bit better, to establish the program? We very much believe that compliance was important for us as a business, but that compliance is typesetting. And if you're out there listening, like that means like security is what matters first and foremost. Why do you build these controls? You have some hazard you're trying to protect against. But you should be able to write it up in a way that an auditor will look at it and say, this satisfies this PCI control, this SOC 2 control, whatever it was. So that was, I think, a big piece of it. I was very much focused on how do we develop talent inside our team. If I had someone inside the company saying, hey, Andy, I need you to put a principal architect on this project. And I'd say, look, I don't have any spare ones. And they'd be like, I'll give you money. Go hire one. I never did. What I did was I took the money. I found a senior architect. And I'm like, hey, guess what? You're promoted. Happy being a principal architect. Like they were ready for it or about ready for it. Never promote somebody when they're ready. That's too late. You promote them into the job they're going to grow into. But then we'd take that senior to principal, we'd take an architect to senior, we'd take a senior researcher to architect, and then we would go convert one of our interns to a full-time person. And so it made sure that we always had this pipeline of people we were bringing in, and we trained them. And our attitude was, if you took 3 years of training from us and went somewhere else, great. That was good, because it would spread the way that we like to do security, whether it was inside the company or elsewhere. We built a team that people loved to be in, so most of them didn't leave.
And that's a good thing.
Which was great.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you had mentioned just already kind of leadership and, kind of your experiences, which I want to get into, but I think you'd agree that leadership in general is messy. It's complicated.
Absolutely.
It's not easy, right? It's definitely, for me, it's been one of the most challenging things in my career, and I'm sure you'd say the same. But how do you navigate those complexities and challenges as a leader?
Well, I think the most important thing to recognize is, first of all, everyone is a leader. We often in the corporate world confuse leadership with authority. And we say, if you're a vice president, then you're a leader. And if you're a security researcher, you're not a leader. And nothing could be further from the truth.
Certainly not the case for me.
Right? But everybody is a leader, because all that leadership is if you think about what work is, work, whether it's paid work, something you're doing voluntarily, is converting energy into value. And leadership is just, how do you make that transaction more efficient and more effective?
Yeah, and anyone can be a leader at any position.
Exactly. And so these messy, complicated things are often because we're conflating too many issues. And so if we can take that step back and say, like, what do I need now? And what stage do I want to set for the future? Right? And so we can take and just say, what are the skills I need? And some of those are very complex. Sometimes you have so many equities you're juggling that there is no single perfect solution. And that's okay. You just acknowledge that and say, like, here's what I'm going to do today. We're going to be a little bit better. And now I've got in the back of my head, like, what can I do to make this problem easier in the future? I'll give an example for the way we did product launches. We'd brought in a new executive, and he had a fantastic program to manage our product launches on the product side. And he was the first time he said, I heard in my career, what I had been told was the holy grail for security professionals, which was I got to veto product launches.
Wow.
Right? I was an approver. This was amazing. I was so ecstatic until the first time somebody came in with this brand new product. It was just going to go out to sort of this alpha release, and they hadn't even talked to me about security. Right? And so I'm being told, well, Andy, is this product too risky to launch? And I'm like, I have no idea. And I'm getting yelled at because how quickly could I do an assessment? I'm like, these people don't have any write-up. They haven't talked to me. Like, I can't sign off on this.
Right.
And someone said, well, but are you going to hold up the project?
Yes.
Right? This could be $1 billion, right? It's an ugly conversation here. And so I went back to the head of products. And I said, I've got a better idea than this. I'm just going to tell you whether I think your team has done a good job of risk assessment. You're the one who owns the risk. Because it's not just security risk, it's business risk. And what was fascinating was the first time we had a product come through in the exact same framework, hadn't talked to us. And he turned and he said, Andy, what's your opinion? I said, from my perspective, they failed at risk management. They've written nothing down. And he looks over at them and he says, you're done. And he says, nobody ever show up like this again. And no one did. Because it was no longer that I was trying to be responsible for it. Like, I wanted authority when what I needed was the leadership.
Right.
To just say, hey, my job is to give you advice. And these people have prevented me from advising you, and they've prevented you from understanding what you need to do. And he's like, why are people doing that? And we completely changed the dynamic by removing authority from the question.
Wow. Wow. So I want to talk about this book here, 1% Leadership.
The best leadership book anybody will ever read.
You know, actually, you know, just to say, I read the book on the airplane on the way here. I read a lot of leadership books, and definitely would recommend your book to any leader or aspiring leader because it was very good. One of the things that I want to dig into a bit is I was really, I love the story about how you handle unsolicited sales emails.
Yep, give kindness where it is.
Yes, and that's where, if you could speak to that, why kindness in any situation as a leader is so important.
Yep. So one of the biggest challenges I think everyone has is we get so stuck in ourselves that when somebody interrupts us, we start out very aggressive. Like, who are you to interrupt us? And we assume they're operating from the worst possible motives. Right? It's actually, I think, the next or previous chapter to that one. It's about don't borrow evil where it isn't intended.
Yeah.
And we're just brusque and we're rude to them. And to us, it's nothing. Like, we were doing something, we got interrupted, we said go away, we went back to what we're doing. And that's that person's entire career. You know, I don't know how many security people here have worked with their SDR, BDR, whatever it's called, you know, the people who do lead generation activities, right? These people are wonderful humans who are stuck doing an awful job, which is they're trying to cold call you to find out if you might want to take a call with someone else who would sell a product. Like, just imagine how difficult that is. It's basically the modern day telemarketers, right? But very narrowly focused. And nobody is ever nice to them. And if you just show some courtesy, like improve their day just a little bit, it's memorable, they'll want to interact with you. So this started because I got so many emails that said, hey, do you want to take a call, whatever, like just like we're all getting. If you're here at RSA, you've probably gotten 100 of them. And one day, another CISO said, why don't you just say no? Like, I would just ignore them, and I'd then make fun of them for replying to themselves over and over in my inbox. They said, why don't you just say no? I'm like, I can't do that, because then they'll like argue with me. So I wrote up this message. It's a template. You can find it on my website. I think if you Google vendor rebuff, but misspell rebuff with only one F. Sorry.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made, and I'm like, I can't change it now. It's like a very, very well-linked thing. You'll see the template that I used at Akamai that starts by saying, good day, but I'm a no. And then an FAQ of, here's what you might try to follow up, please just don't. I'll just answer them, and every so often I would add in a new one. And you know, I started using it, and my belief was that I would get nobody replying to me. And what happened was about a quarter of the people who got it would reply, and they would say, thank you. This is the best response I've ever seen. I really appreciate this. I shared it with all of my colleagues, and I put in advice. I'm like, here's what you need to do. Like, you need to be awesome as a company. Like, put your brand out there so people remember you. And I would have occasionally somebody be like, this is the 4th time I've gotten this because I'm at my 4th company.
Yeah.
And every time I get it, I just remember. And that kindness comes back to you because people will reach out. They'll do positive things for you. And so to me, it's like always, how can you do that? I did something related today, is what I do. Please don't use this word, but do your own variant of it, which is when I'm asked for my name when I'm ordering food somewhere. Like the problem with Andy is there's like 85 names that are similar. So I just say fantastic. Makes them smile when they call my name. I've just improved their day.
You did.
That is fun.
And it's unique and easy to hear.
That is.
Believe it.
That is.
I have a question, if I'll throw in here. So I have my own brand of leadership for the charity work I do, but this doesn't necessarily have to be specific to charity or even cybersecurity stuff. What advice do you have for someone who's starting out in a leadership role?
So I think if you're starting out in a leadership role, wow, just starting. So to me, that means you just got out of high school. Or maybe actually just got into high school because you might be doing leadership there. But you're early in your career, is you need to recognize that every interaction that you have with another person is an opportunity to do better at leadership and to learn. And just listen. Like, if I have a conversation with you, I listen to your body language, I listen to what you say, and afterwards I say, was I as good as I could have been? What could I have done better? What did they do that I appreciated? Maybe I just copied from them. Because let's be honest, and Tom, since you've already read it, like there's very little in this book that's really new. It might be a new framing, but so many of the leadership lessons that we use are the ones that other people are doing. So copy the ones that work for you, and the ones that don't work for you, either don't use or practice them until maybe you understand how to use them.
That's awesome.
And buy my book and read it.
And speaking of that, so where can our audience find out more about the book and about you and the things you got going on?
So you can buy the book pretty much anywhere. It's mass market. It is available at independent bookstores, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. I can do the whole list. If you want to find the links for that, go to csoandy.com/book. And if you just go to csoandy.com, you get sort of my base homepage, which has links to a lot of things. Including I do a weekly Substack newsletter on leadership. So more tidbits like this, actually even more condensed things. I have 1-minute pro tips of a thing you can do that you can read in 1 minute. It gives you one thing to do better.
Yeah. And you're on Twitter too, right?
And I'm on Twitter as CSO Andy, Instagram as CSO Andy Actual, LinkedIn as Andy Ellis.
Awesome. Well, Andy, it's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully everybody gets to check out your book. I definitely recommend it.
I will be doing that.
Thanks for having me.
And thanks for coming on the live stream. So for everybody else, we've got one more interview coming up on our live stream, so stay tuned for that.
Hello, everyone. I am Alan Cecil. I am a senior security analyst or consultant or whatever title I want. We've been switching it all day.
Yeah.
I'm with Bishop Fox. With me here today is
Tom Eston. I am the VP of Consulting and Cosmos at Bishop Fox.
We are here in San Francisco for the RSA conference, and I am excited that we get to interview Christian. I'm going to have you pronounce your last name, even though we just talked about this.
Christian Schnedler.
Schnedler, okay.
Yes.
Why don't you introduce yourself, and then I have a question for you right out of the gate that involves cars.
Yeah, sure. So, Christian Schnedler, first, great to be here. Again, I was on a panel about a half an hour ago, but with WestCap, so I run WestCap Cyber practice. WestCap is a portfolio, or is a growth equity firm. We really focus on growth stage companies, not just cyber. We have 45 companies in the portfolio, about 5 of which are in the cybersecurity space, including Bishop Fox. And so it's great to be here representing one of your investors and advisors.
Awesome. Okay, now I really want to know about this. As soon as I saw this question, what on earth is this? I gather that you did something involving making a movie about a race across America, and I want to know what you did.
Yes, so it's a long story. I know we only have limited time, but I've had a very kind of circuitous career that brought me to where I am right now. But that particular element of it started really with an advertising media brand that I co-founded with a friend of mine out of college back in 2009. A company ended up spinning up a media brand called The Drive. Many of your audience members might know it, but what people probably don't know is that what really started that whole movement was my friend JF was helping Alex Roy break the record from New York to LA back when we were in college together. And it was my job to kind of cover for him during college. And whenever the professor had a question, I would kind of jump in ahead. He's like, hey, no, I got the answer to that one. So I was air traffic control. But then after, I guess, the statute of limitations ended on all of the illegal things that Alex did in that particular run, we were able to release a documentary movie about the experience, which is available on Amazon Prime. It's called Apex, The Secret Race Across America. Highly recommend it to all of your sort of hacker followers because it is like the ultimate hack when it comes to automotive, and it's just an awesome experience for me to have witnessed and then helped build the narrative around. So
sounds like a lot of fun.
It's very cool. So given, kind of your unique background and some of your experiences, and obviously at WestCap you have, you're experiencing a lot of, kind of what's going on in the cybersecurity industry with these various companies and also companies that not are affiliated with cybersecurity. How has that all brought to you where you are today in terms of your career? How has that helped you?
Yeah, so like I said, I've had a circuitous path. You can really summarize my career to date in maybe 3 chapters. Right? First chapter was I always knew I wanted to be somehow in the security, counterterrorism arena from a very young age. That was kind of built into me. My grandfather was a Blue Angel. My parents are both civil servants. My mom's in healthcare. My dad's a pastor. And when I went to college, I interned at a large defense contractor. And I vividly remember walking into the lunchroom one day and seeing this calendar on the wall. And what struck me was there's a calendar of all the executives and leadership of that contractor, and every single one of them was an old white dude. Everyone. They all had white hair, they're all smiling at me. And I asked myself, do I really want to spend the next 50 years of my life to be an old white dude on a calendar in a lunchroom looking down on all the people working here? And the answer was no. So I went back to my college advisor, and he recommended that I try the other end of the spectrum, and I join up with a security company out of Israel that was just starting up, and they were taking a lot of the technology that they were incubating along the West Bank, trying to secure that border, and then bringing it to North America to help protect both large enterprises as well as government institutions. And so I had a crazy journey, awesome time with them. It was during that journey that I got the opportunity to co-found the digital marketing company. And so if you kind of flash forward, and we can double click on different areas of my career, but I'd say having that beginning in entrepreneurship and kind of seeing the struggles that founders went through in security broadly, but applied in that case like counterterrorism, and then eventually moving into other positions that I occupied, including a stint as a civil servant, as well as running a defense contractor, really gave me an appreciation for what companies go through at different stages of their journey, at different levels of scale. And ultimately, now that I'm here at Westcap, I have the opportunity to speak with fellow security practitioners across a very wide range of industries, everything from healthcare to fintech, Web3 and crypto, and really hear about what they're experiencing in that industry, and then also comparing that to where they are from a scale standpoint. And I use all that sort of knowledge and advice to guide the recommendations I make for us as a firm as we seek opportunities to invest in cybersecurity companies directly, as well as when I talk to folks like you guys about how where you are and where you're going to be headed as a firm, and help you kind of see around that corner and help as you scale your business.
Very cool. So I've got a question for you. I gather that you were involved in basically the cybersecurity aspects of NYPD. What on earth was that like?
so that's really chapter 2, right? So chapter 1 was me as an entrepreneur, well, first starting with that early stage company and then founding my own company. And I loved the digital marketing world, I love media, but my heart just wasn't in it fully. And at some point in that journey, I realized I really need to take a step back and do the things that I love and serve. And so I ended up kind of backfilling my position, getting the company, the media company, Tangent, to where it needed to be, and then I went to law school. And I went to law school, a friend of mine called me up and said, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm going to law school." He's like, "Do you want to be a lawyer?" I said, "No." He's like, "Why are you at law school?" And I'm like, it's a great question.
Really good question.
And he's like, "Why don't you stop that and come work with me? I'm consulting for the NYPD." At that time, the NYPD's big focus was building out a safe city system. So it's called the domain awareness system, but it was essentially public-private partnerships, data fusion, threat intel, collaboration between large enterprises in the financial district and the NYPD, the Joint Terrorism Task Force. So I was like, that sounds a lot more fun than law school. And so I dropped law school, started working there. And within a few months of me joining, my job was kind of building out this huge sensor arrays, chemical, biological sensors, radiation sensors, helping kind of look at convergence, if you will, of physical, digital identities. And a few months into that job, Occupy Wall Street kicked off.
Oh, yeah.
And
then fizzled, but...
It was there.
It was big for a while.
It was big for a while. And it was right there in Zuccotti Park. And if you actually look at the pictures of Zuccotti Park, there are wireless access nodes surrounding Zuccotti Park, which is infrastructure that I had built. And at that time, that carried a lot of the backbone of communications traffic for first responders in general in the city of New York. And what people didn't know is that Anonymous and LulzSec had started to infiltrate Zuccotti Park and work with the activists as hacktivist campaigns to try to do defamation against the banks and also to disrupt city infrastructure. And so that was kind of my first very direct exposure to cybersecurity, because I was at the table in the Counterterrorism Bureau and someone was like, "We need to figure out what these guys can do if they get in." And like, "Christian, you're up." And so I ended up running a team that did pen testing and red teaming. I wish I had known you guys at Bishop Fox back then. Could have loved Cosmos, by the way. But I ended up running a team to kind of look at exactly what we're up against here and what would happen if someone breached that perimeter. And I'll never forget the net effect or net result of that was another friend of mine, Steve, was brought in to kind of read out our findings. And he looked at the Deputy Commissioner of Counterterrorism and he's like, "Sir, if there is a spectrum between Whole Foods and Bank of America, unfortunately you're closer to the Whole Foods side of that spectrum." And I don't know what exactly that meant. A few years later, Whole Foods got popped, so it was a bit prescient. But I'll never forget, like, from there, everyone sort of woke up to the fact that you can't just protect your network and your infrastructure physically. There's this whole cyber world out there that can be equally as damaging. And so then we went through a whole modernization campaign there, as well as when I moved overseas to the Middle East, cybersecurity and physical security both became kind of part of my repertoire as I was helping governments abroad.
Wow. So kind of getting back to your role at Westcap, how do you identify those new growth opportunities in the companies that you're looking at?
Yeah, so I mean, first and foremost, we listen. So we spend a lot of time just meeting with fellow CISOs, people in our portfolio. We have an advisory board of CISOs, and not just CISOs, like subject matter experts in threat intel, subject matter experts in third-party risk, and we just speak with them. We hear what they're dealing with. We keep our finger on the pulse from a regulatory standpoint. Again, my public sector background helps there, where we kind of learn what are the feds thinking, what are the regulatory bodies thinking. So those are brought. I'll also say the insurers. The insurers are playing an increasingly important role in dictating sort of trends and long-term movements when it comes to cybersecurity. So I'd say we listen to all of those, but then really when it comes down to identifying within a particular category or sector, who are the winners, who are the losers, a lot of it comes down to the makeup of the management team and the culture. I mean, even at a growth scale, it's amazing how important it is to have a founder who's curious, to have a founder who is confident but is willing to listen and take advice from others, and especially at our stage, to demonstrate that it's not just the founder anymore. There's an entire management team and executive team that can bring that company to the next level. Not to say that there's not always tweaks and things you have to make along the way, but it's really about, like, is this the right team that we can invest in and behind that can get us to, you know, market leading position, and ultimately when markets eventually sort of shake out to the top 3 and then everybody else, you want to make sure that our investment is 1 or 2.
So now this is the question that we've asked a couple of folks already.
Okay.
What emerging technologies are you most excited about in the coming years, I guess, that would affect cybersecurity? I think there's probably one that probably stands out more than others, but what do you see that's coming up?
So years is very broad. So I'll tell you,
in the coming years.
So I'll say for me personally, I consider myself an identity access management nut. Like, I'm big into identity. What led me actually, so I was at NYPD for a number of years, and I did a lot of work with their identity systems. And what I learned is either cyber, physical, doesn't really matter. The easiest way to gain access to a system is by pretending you're somebody you're not, or to have the system think that you are somebody that you're not, or to impersonate someone to convince someone else to do something that they shouldn't do. Like, it all comes back down to identity. And so I actually ended up leaving the NYPD after Bratton retired. I became a civil servant. I was the head of technology programs there. And after Bratton retired, I moved down to DC and ran a defense contractor. And it was really in the identity space. And I saw what was happening in the feds. And then when I've now come to WestCap and I look at the identity market broadly, I do think that could be a game-changing technology that really increases the cost of an attack, because it becomes that much harder for you to scale out like bot infrastructure and do things at scale as an attacker, when each of those manifestations of a person have to go through a greater degree of scrutiny in order for them to gain that access or to perform those functions. So big fan of identity, big fan of the notion of passwordless. You could broadly say zero trust, but I think that's a little bit too squishy. But how that manifests from an identity standpoint to include in the relatively near term mobile driver's licenses, national identity documents, where all of a sudden everything gets bound to your phone and to who you are as a person, I think it's going to be game changing.
Kind of related question, how do you see AI falling in that space of identity management?
Yeah, I mean, that's the new arms race, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, I'm involved in a number of sort of advisory boards and different groups, and I can tell you that, as is usually the case, the people on defense are really struggling with how do we incorporate AI in our environment. There's a number of folks that are just outright banning it. They don't want their team members to use it. They don't want to see it within their network traffic. They're total ban. Whereas the adversaries, they don't deal with that sort of bureaucracy, friction, risk, calculus. You know, for them, it's absolutely an enabler. And so it does concern me. It concerns me a lot that if you even go back to the identity thread, it is so much easier now, thanks to ChatGPT and tools like that, to impersonate someone. You can do deep fakes. You can start modifying your voice when you do a call and start to try to impersonate a known boss or someone of importance. And so there is now a new arms race, and I think the defenders have to wake up to that, which will hopefully accelerate some of the innovation and growth on that side of the house. But for right now, we're in kind of a tenuous position.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before we wrap up for the day?
No, look, it's again, events like this I think are super important. I say for everyone who's tuned in that either are interested in just cybersecurity and hacking in general, or specifically they have been considering entrepreneurship and growth in the space, I would not let these markets be a discouragement to you. I started that digital marketing company right in the midst of the Great Recession in 2008, 2009. And that's really where, especially if you have a great idea and you're willing to offer your services at a lower price than some of the competition, you can really gain a lot of ground in a short period of time. And then when the markets recover, you'll be benefiting from that. So I would just say, the entrepreneurs are what make America great. Entrepreneurship is really what separates us from the pack. And so I really hope that this is a time where entrepreneurship is given kind of a boost and new life is breathed into the space. And I encourage everyone to participate in that movement.
Well, thank you very much, Christian. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are coming to the close. With me today has been you.
Yes, Tom. I've been your co-host, yes.
I'm Alan Cecil again. It has been wonderful being with you today. We're going to wrap up for this wonderful event here at RSA in San Francisco, RSA Conference in San Francisco. If you want to know more about what Bishop Fox has in store for you, the resources we have available, head on over to our website. That's bishopfox.com. Head on over to bishopfox.com for more resources on upcoming live streams, events, and other cool things that are happening. Thank you so much for hosting with me today.
Thank you,
It's been a
Alan.
pleasure.
Yes.
And we'll see you next time.
Thanks for watching.
too early. It's like 50. Yeah.